welcome to the PTC's 40th anniversary.
Now, may we request Engineer Romulo Agatep, the 2000 PTC President, to deliver his welcome remark.
It's a milestone for us engineers. But I still like to see PTC to be up there. No? Looking at all our accomplishments, I think it's about time that we really have to fly. There's other association that are coming up, but still, no, we need still some recognition from our government.
We are now in our 40th anniversary of the Philippine Technological Council. When we founded this, we were 14 organizations, Technological Council. Would like to thank all of you for maintaining the organization up to its, how many years? 40 years of existence. Because in some cases, some of the organizations just disappear. And I'm really thankful for all the different presidents who have made it active and more visible. Our professionals this evening who came to celebrate with us on his 30th anniversary. This is something, and imagine I'm still alive to witness the 40 years anniversary of the Philippine Technological Council. Thank you and good evening.
Kasi one of the requirements is tanong sa atin is how can you sustain that accreditation? If we will make you a full member, can you sustain the accreditation? Probably I pray that we will be able to set up our own. It would be best to better representation, visibility, and service to our members. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
The significance of being an APEC engineer is to showcase our competency. As the ASEAN integration kicks in and globalization is in every part of the world, it is important for all the Filipinos to advance their profession as an APEC engineer in order to prove to the world that we are not just a Filipino engineer, but an engineer with a world class that can compete to each and every part of the world.
I'm a proud APEC engineer.
Isang daan lamang tayo mga APEC engineers na pwedeng pumunta sa kanilang bansa. Samantalang ang mga Australiano numbering to more than 20,000 na pwedeng magtrabaho dito sa atin kapag naging fully implemented na ang integration ng APEC community. So paramihin pa natin lalo ang ating members. Hikayatin natin ang ating mga kasamahan. You are not the only one responsible. As I've said, we are taking also the responsibility to continue and push it a little bit further than what you are seeing now.
What we like to project now, that the Philippine engineers are giving engineering services. And hopefully in the future, we can put up our own company there, or companies of all these engineers, no?
I'm here to talk about what our agency does at the OWA. We cater to the welfare and protection of OFWs, but of course, OFW engineers are also members of OWA. So I am here to talk about what OWA is doing, especially in these very, very relevant times of making OFWs very much a part of nation building. We have a president with a very clear mandate from overseas Filipino workers, who is loved by all overseas Filipino workers, but more importantly, loves and serves to protect overseas Filipino workers. That's our President, Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Because
APEC engineer is not just an additional page in your curriculum decade. Those responsible in getting you into engineering register expect something from you, and you'll be judged on what you have done and what you have not done.
Filipinos can apply, can be a mobile engineers, or can apply mobilization and compete and prove to the world that we are a world-class engineer. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Philippines, and a great Friday greetings to our global audience coming from the different parts of the world. Mabuhay, and we welcome all of you to the Engineering Summit webinar in celebration of the World Engineering Day 2022 with the theme, Regional Partnerships Unlocked, Harnessing the Value of Engineering Mobility. This is, of course, brought to us by the Philippine Technological Council with the support of the 13 accredited professional engineering organizations in the Philippines. My name is Engineer Tanya Molarto Osorio, and I will be your host in today's affair. To begin our program, let us have the invocation and the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Let us bow our heads, place ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you today with humble hearts and with gratefulness for all the wonders and blessings you have showered upon us. Heavenly Father, we thank you for gathering all of us today in this important event. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to be in this momentous event. May you bestow your guidance and blessings on this event so that we can enjoy and appreciate the significance in our lives. Bless everyone present today, that each may be able to share what he or she has for your glory and honor. Truly, discipline, perseverance, and determination to excel are instilled in us abundantly. This is not about ranking oneself among bests, but this is about the humble heart of a person who is able to see how blessed he is despite the odds and difficulties along the way. Lord, we acknowledge that everything comes from you, the God who orchestrates every second of our lives so perfectly. Because of his great love for us, all the praises and awards that we will receive today are meant to be given back to you. It is because of your grace and your guidance that we have come this far. Whatever is set before us, we give all the glory back to you. May this event be a success through your intervention. We ask all of this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, pero sa silanganan, alam ng puso, sa likid mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyagan ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagatang tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng pagkaw, ay hinatang tulakaw.
Good afternoon once again and happy Friday, ladies and gentlemen. A happy Friday indeed, because we are truly honored to have all of you joining us in the global celebration of how engineers and the engineering profession contribute to sustainable development and its impact to modern life. So right about now, we are, let me see, 790 plus strong on Zoom, and the numbers are still rising. And of course, our attendees, as I mentioned, we are coming from all over the world. So a big shout out to our participants, most of whom, of course, are from the Philippines. We also have participants coming from Qatar, Saudi Arabia. We have people from Singapore, United Arab Emirates, Brunei, the United States, Malaysia, Oman, Bahrain, Japan, American Samoa, Australia, Fiji, Guam, Indonesia, Cambodia, Kuwait, Kazakhstan, Norway, Papua New Guinea, Pakistan, and Thailand. There you have it. Our participants are coming from the different parts of the world. So we are truly going global in the celebration of the World Engineering Day. And of course, we would like to especially mention that we are not just engineering professionals here. We are also joined by students coming from the different engineering institutions in the Philippines. So maraming salamat po for being here. So as you all know, the World Engineering Day is celebrated worldwide every 4th of March. And today, we are doing our share, and we are taking part in the series of global events recognizing the achievements of engineers across the world. So in today's affair, we are bringing together esteemed engineering professionals. In fact, we have invited 4 international speakers to speak on engineering mobility and benchmarking of professional practice. Not only that, we will be hearing from accomplished APEC and ASEAN engineers on how their membership in the registry helped in their professional practice. And finally, we'll have a roundtable discussion concerning the value of engineering mobility at the latter part of our program. But before we give you all of that, allow me to introduce an empowered lady engineer who will deliver the welcome remarks. She graduated with a degree of Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering at Bataan Heroes Memorial College and took up Master of Engineering major in Structural Engineering at the Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila. Her career started when she was hired as an office engineer by a subcontractor for the rehabilitation of Agno River in Pangasinan. After that, she got employed at the City General Services Office of Balanga, designated as Assistant Chief of Planning Section. She would later be assigned as Technical Assistant to the Governor for Infrastructure at the Provincial Government of Bataan, and eventually transferred to the Provincial Engineer's Office as an Engineer 1 and designated as Assistant to the Division Chief of the Roads and Bridges Maintenance Division. She moved from the government sector back to the private sector in 2008 at Herma Shipyard Incorporated, and in 2011, she ventured to the academe by teaching at her alma mater until she got hired at GN Power Mariveles Coal Plant in 2012. She is with GN Power up to present as the Risk Assurance Officer responsible for establishing the company's risk management system. Our speaker is an ASEAN engineer, a project management and construction engineering specialist, a DPWH accredited materials engineer, and a fellow of the Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers Incorporated. She became PICE Bataan chapter president in 2015 and 2016 and was elected as national secretary, serving 2 terms from 2017 to 2018. In 2019, she became the PICE national second vice president and the national president in 2021. Currently, she is the PTC Board of Trustees representative and the president-elect of the Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers. let us give a warm welcome to Engineer April Frances Agatha G. Flores. Ma'am.
Thank you very much, Engineer Tanya. To all our distinguished guest speakers, resource persons, officers and members of the PTC board, to the presidents and representatives of member organizations, fellow engineers, guests, good afternoon. In 2019, with the representation of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, UNESCO during its 40th General Conference proclaimed March 4 every year as the World Engineering Day for Sustainable Development. The intent is to highlight the achievements of engineers and engineering in our modern world and improve public understanding of how engineering and technology is central to modern life and sustainable development. The World Engineering Day reminds us of all the great things engineers have done to get us to where we are today. Engineers create products used in our everyday lives. You'll find engineers in almost all industries, from construction, aviation, agriculture, and space, to healthcare, manufacturing, and software, and everywhere in between. The engineers are not just nation builders. In fact, the disasters we have faced in the past and even the pandemic we are currently experiencing have proven that engineers are also the nation rebuilders. There are a lot of creative and passionate people right now out there addressing global issues, and the one that plays center stage is the engineer. It is with great pride that I welcome all of you as we join this global celebration of the profession that is considered as the very foundation of the society. In the next hours, our international and local speakers will give emphasis on the significance of the different international engineering registers on the professional mobility of engineers. I hope that everyone will actively participate in the discussions and enjoy the rest of the program. Again, welcome everyone, good afternoon, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Flores, for the warm and formal welcome. Now, to give us the opening remarks, I have the honor of introducing this well-respected gentleman. He is a professional metallurgical engineer and a general engineering executive with over 40 years of operational and corporate management experiences in the heavy metals industry. He is the founding lead person for the Philippine Quest for membership to international recognition bodies such as the Washington Accord, FAYUP Engineering Education Guidelines, and International Engineering Alliance, to name a few, and the founding chairman and chief accreditation officer of PTC ACBET since 2011. He received the National Award for Engineering Education from the University of the Philippines in 2016 and was awarded the 2016 Outstanding Metallurgical Engineer by the Professional Regulation Commission here in the Philippines. He served as chairman of the governing board of AFEO in 2016 and is the present chairman of the National Monitoring Committee of APEC Engineer Register. Our dearest attendees, let us give a virtual applause to the president of the Philippine Technological Council, Engineer Federico A. Mansada.
And if I may share my slide, I'm going to use some slides. Okay. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming over today to attend our celebration of the World Engineering Day. And let me show my slide. Okay. So we are actually celebrating our World Engineering Day as part of the March 4 World Engineering Day that is being celebrated all over the globe. And we choose to look at the topic Regional Partnerships Unlocked, Harnessing the Value of Engineering Mobility. And I would like to welcome all of you in behalf of Philippine Technological Council, Ayon sa iyo, al-salam alaikum, shomrap, sor, kiaora, konnichiwa, mingalaba kimba, ninhaw, salamat datang at mabuhay po sa inyong lahat. We are truly diverse, but I'm pretty sure we are inclusive. We are all engineers. And as I've said, thank you very much for coming. And I would like to specifically thank our speakers, starting from the first speaker after me, I think, is my friend, a very good friend, Engineer Rocky Wong. Thank you very much, Rocky, for coming over. We have also Engineer Yao Chao Fong. Thank you very much, our perennial partner in promoting Asian Engineers Register in all over ASEAN. Of course, one of the prominent personalities of International Engineering Alliance. He's now the Deputy Chair of the International Professional Engineers Agreement. Engineer Craig Price from New Zealand. Of course, very early in the morning, I'm really very honored. We're really very honored for your being here, in spite of the fact that it's 7 o'clock, I think, in UK. Engineer is speaking later on about technologists and technicians, and I also saw a very close friend who was once an officer in, and now I think he is the senior advisor to the Federation of Myanmar Engineering Council, Engineer Tin Lat, a very close friend. And many others who are here today, of course, the members of our board of trustees of PTC, the presidents of the different member organizations are here. And I'm very happy for your attendance, and I see the number is increasing. I understand last night we have more than 1,600 to 1,500 in the list who have registered for this event. And so I think you see that everywhere the borders are opening up, and you will see how PTC has been moving, I would say, heaven and earth to really reach out to our fellow engineers all over the globe. You know, of course, we started with ASEAN, we move on to the Middle East, and even the USA. In the Americas, we move on there. And of course, in Australasia, we have some presence in Australia, as well as part of New Zealand and Papua New Guinea, and even in Europe, and some in the middle, in Africa. So it's really a global reach, and this is something that we could not, in this in this ecosystem where we are working, especially our engineers, we could not ignore the possibility that borders are opening up all over. And so therefore, if we look at close to our home, we have the ASEAN engineering community opened up in 2015, and then we have the APEC, the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation, way back in, if I remember correctly, way back in the 1970s or 1980s. And lately we have the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, which is actually ASEAN +5. And all of this, in addition to that, we all, of course, have the Middle East and North Africa, and growing and growing. And so therefore, if we look at how we could improve our contribution to the development not only of our own country, but in areas where we operate, whether you're a Filipino, you're a Malaysian, you are an Indonesian, or even a Mamaki, Cambodian, and so on, we always see that it is always our effort to be able to contribute to the socioeconomic development in those countries, especially contributing to the engineering services value chain in that country. And that either by international collaboration, of course, a very natural mechanism for all of us Filipinos is cross-border mobility, or even labor mobility by itself. And many of us as well involved in intra-corporate mobility. So you notice that in the next 10 to 15 years, I still see these possibilities that there will be exchanges of engineering expertise all over. And one of the underpinning requirements for all of us is a recognition that we have the capability to provide that service, to be in collaboration with others, and of course, to move around in the works that we are doing, even within our own corporation. Recognition that we can do the job, recognition that we have the competencies, and so therefore, that will enable us to actually move around and be mobile, whether it's physical or even real. That means physical or even virtual. Okay. And to be able to do this, many of us in this audience, I suppose, even among our speakers, we've been doing this work. PTC has been working on this, especially starting with, of course, the engineering program that we take in the university, student coming in, going through the engineering educational program, and attaining certain graduate attributes that will enable them, in fact, to enter practice. Okay? That will enable them to enter practice. And that is what we call, of course, accreditation of engineering program, being able to assist, help, and provide external quality assurance to universities such that we are assured that those who are coming out from the engineering programs are qualified to enter practice. Of course, from the point of view of societies and organizations, professional societies and organizations, we would like to see our members very much qualified, and eventually it will actually, reverberate back to us when we have very good qualified engineering professionals entering engineering practice in our jurisdiction. Of course, it must enable these guys to eventually acquire certain professional competencies that will enable them to actually register in national engineering registers, like in the Philippines, being registered with the Professional Regulation Commission, and in some other jurisdiction being certified as graduate engineer, chartered engineer, and so on and so forth. At some point in time, they will further achieve professional competencies that will enable them to achieve and enter independent practice, and enable them, of course, to get registered in the International Professional Engineer, which Engineer Craig will be talking about. Of course, APEC Engineer, ASEAN Engineer, and ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer. All of this, something that we can be proud of, because we have grown from having the graduate attributes, developing our competencies, and competencies that will enable us to practice independently at some future date. You can see Q1, Q2, and Q3. It is the timeline in our own individual lives, first 25 years of our lives, second 25 years, and I hope you don't have to be at the end of the 25 years when you get qualifications to get registered and achieve mobility, which we are going to discuss today especially. Because all of this, we want mobility to be there. We achieve mobility, whether it's virtual mobility or real mobility, physical mobility. Of course, it is underpinned by the recognition of our qualifications and the level of competence that we possess and the academic achievement that we have gone through via, of course, accredited academic achievements, accredited programs, and registered, competencies assessed and evaluated, and eventually you get recognized for it. All of this we try to align in spite of the diversity that we have. We try to achieve substantial equivalence. And sometimes we even have to disrupt our own beliefs and our own thinking of what an engineer should be, what a technology should be, and what a technician should be. So all of this geared towards eventually achieving the kind of mobility that will allow us to, as I have said a little earlier, that will allow us to collaborate with others, even how diverse we are. And all of this is, intention, or the ultimate objective is to provide trust and confidence to each other, with each other, that what we have achieved and what we have recognized, what we are recognizing, are capabilities that will enable us to work together, collaborate for the betterment of our jurisdiction, wherever we may be. Recognition that starts from our home jurisdiction. Okay. For the Filipinos who are here, it's getting your competencies and your academic achievement being recognized. I know that once you pass the board exam, the licensure examination, you get it. That is the first recognition that you have. But along the way, as you move up the ladder in engineering practice, there's a need for you to, I would say, show off a little bit what you have. And that is the first step, is getting yourselves recognized, your qualifications recognized at the home jurisdiction. Of course, the next one is getting that qualification recognized by the recognition bodies like the AFIO, the AER, headed by Yao Chafong, APEC, of course, IPEA, and I failed to mention the Federation of Engineering Institutions of Asia and the Pacific. Eventually, what we would like to see is a recognition of those qualifications in the host jurisdictions. And this is one of the few things that we would like to achieve for our members at PTC, especially those who are already in the front line in the host jurisdictions. Either we are hoping to achieve this recognition by the host jurisdiction, either by bilateral agreement or even multilateral agreement, or even individual recognition by corporate bodies, simply because we have proven, you have proven that the recognition that was given to you at home and by the recognition bodies are worthy enough, trustworthy enough, and that they have confidence in what we have done in the home jurisdiction as well as in the recognition bodies such as the APEC Engineer Agreement, the International Professional Engineer Agreement, as well as the ASEAN Engineering Register. Because all of this with the intent and purpose of cross-border mobility. So we entered, recognition at entry level by accreditation of engineering programs. Once an engineering program is accredited, and when we finally become a full signatory to the Washington Accord, then those programs accredited by PTC could become your gateway to the recognition of your qualifications. So engineers, it's very important that go back to your institutions, to your alma mater, tell them about the news of accrediting engineering programs according to international standards, leveling up the quality of those engineering programs, and eventually enable you, especially the students who are here today, enable you to achieve those graduate attributes which are internationally benchmarks. Of course, we also are doing registration under the under the independent practice category, which we do via competency-based assessment and evaluation of the qualifications of engineering professionals. Okay, we are doing this in the ASEAN Engineering Register. We are doing this not only for the engineers, but for technicians and technologists likewise. Okay. Eventually, what we would like to see is the kind of ability that will enable our national registrants, whether they are chartered, consultant, or executive, to move or be translated and qualify in the international registers like the ASEAN Engineer, ACP Engineer, APEC Engineer, and hopefully eventually International Professional Engineer. Okay. And even the young ones, the new graduates, the associate engineers, we would like to see them eventually qualifying for associate ASEAN engineers at this point in time, because we have associate ASEAN engineer in the ASEAN engineering registers. Today, we have the ASEAN engineering register that will enable you to get assessed, evaluated, and eventually recognized under the ASEAN Engineering Register. We have the ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer Register, which was established as part of the mutual recognition arrangement in the ASEAN region. And of course, we have the APEC Engineer Register, which is under the auspices of the governing committee of the APEC Engineer Register, APEC Engineer Agreement, part of the 7 agreements and accords under the International Engineering Alliance. And pray, my friends, that eventually we will be part of the more global, if I may use the term, the more global International Professional Engineering Register, which is headed by a governing committee. Of course, we have as our guests here today the Deputy Deputy Chair of the IPEA. Of course, all of these are voluntary. The registration is voluntary, and it is not. I would like to emphasize this for all Filipinos especially. The registration in these registers are not licensing, okay, for as far as Philippines is concerned, but they are for the recognition of your qualifications. But they could facilitate, okay, they could facilitate the assessment and evaluation towards license or authority to enter practice, of course, unless the register is adopted as a standard by a licensing body. And the voluntary services by your fellow engineers, wherever you are, by your chapter presidents, by your chapter officers, and of course, the members of our national assessors and professional interviewers and the panel of experts. These are basically providing voluntary services. All of this work that we are doing, my friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is for us to gain the trust and confidence in the competence and qualifications of our engineering professionals, so that eventually, when their qualifications are recognized, their competences are, acknowledged, they could achieve the kind of mobility that will enable them to move around, whether physically or virtually. This is the intent and purpose of this summit today. It is for us to inculcate in everyone that everything that we are doing, it is to create the trust and confidence in your qualifications, in our qualifications, that indeed we can work together with those who have the competence and qualifications already recognized, that we can work together for a project, for programs, and for anything engineering, so that we could truly further our contribution not only to our own country, but to the jurisdiction where we find the opportunities to give and provide our engineering services. It is for this reason that we are celebrating this World Engineering Day, because we do not just celebrate our successes and achievements, but we celebrate our belief, our commitment to pursue higher levels of competence and qualifications that will truly give service to our humanity. And for this, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to declare the summit open, and with all, and in behalf of all the officers and members of Philippine Technological Council, I would like to thank all of you for attending this summit, especially our speakers who came out from their busy schedules, who came out from their very early morning, time zones. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you, and good afternoon to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Sir Fred. Many thanks once again to the PTC President, Engineer Federico A. Monsada. Now, for the information of everybody, today's event is being recorded on video. And by joining our session, you are consenting to be recorded. Also, we are streamed live on Facebook. via the Philippine Technological Council's official Facebook page. Of course, that is made possible by our technical partner, Experto. By the way, just a few gentle reminders to ensure the smooth facilitation of our event. So we encourage our attendees to please use the official, the one I'm using right now, the official virtual background that's posted in our chat box. Just right there, just scroll up a bit because our attendees are very active. Their online presence is impressive. So just scroll up a bit and find the official virtual background that is in our chat box. And of course, we request our participants to please stay on mute so as not to interrupt our speakers later on. And also, let us not forget to be respectful and courteous in speaking, in writing, and in appearance. So it goes without saying that let us still steer clear from non-event related pronouncements, especially in our chat box. And finally, of course, we would like to enjoin your participation until the very end of our program. So moving right along, this year's World Engineering Day theme, Build Back Wiser, Engineering the Future, reverberates deeply as 2022 is the year of rebuilding and mending economies and fostering a sustainable future through engineering. More so, as we move towards regrowth and rebuilding of economies, our local theme, Regional Partnerships Unlocked, Harnessing the Value of Engineering Mobility. It speaks greatly on establishing, safeguarding, and ensuring equal opportunities, borderless opportunities on professional services rendered by Filipino engineers practicing locally and internationally. And with that, we are delighted to have 4 international speakers to elaborate on the opportunities and imperatives in harnessing the most value from enhanced engineering mobility among economies within Asia and the Pacific. So as our distinguished speakers deliver their talks later on, we remind our participants once again to please stay on mute so as not to interrupt our speakers. However, we would really want you to participate and engage in the discussion. So you may type in your comments or your questions in our Q&A box below in reaction to the topic at hand. Your questions and reactions will be given attention later on during the round table discussion. So once again, please utilize our Q&A box for your reactions, your comments, or your questions with the topic at hand. Okay, so without much further ado, to introduce our first speaker, may I call on the PTC Board of Trustees and the President of the Society of Aerospace Engineers of the Philippines, Dr. J. Jack R. Manzano. Sir?
Okay, thank you, Tanya. Okay, good day to everyone. Our speaker for today graduated as an electrical engineer in the mid-60s from the University of NEA and served the National Electricity Board. This is the forerunner of the Tenaga National Berhad for some 16 years before resigning to join the private sector as an engineering consultant at the start of the 80s. It's centering around energy, environment, power, process, and plant engineering. Besides official duties as a competent engineer in NEB's Planning and Construction Department, he was also involved in the Transmission Maintenance Department, where he was the first honorable secretary. Later, as president for 3 terms of the NEB Senior Officers Association. This is a registered trade union for senior officers. In the private sector, he had been active in serving the engineering profession locally and internationally, such as past chairman of Association of Consulting Engineers Malaysia, also of the MAPCON, past president of the Federation of ASEAN Consulting Engineers, past chairman of the Asia Pacific grouping of FIDIC. He used to serve as in the Board of Engineers Malaysia, and of course, Institution of Engineering Malaysia. Also with the Electrical and Electronics Association of Malaysia, other than that in Engineering Accreditation Council and Engineering Technology Accreditation Council. Also in Sirin Berhad, MBT, and others. According to the profile, he's now 81, going 82 this year, 2022. So advance happy birthday, sir. He is a fellow of the Institution Engineers of Malaysia, Honorable Papeo ASEAN Engineers, and Honorable Fellow of TEE-AM. He writes and speaks extensively on the topic of globalization and related issues based on his 57 years of vintage and experiences. He usually been a resource person in capacity building, outreach program to engineering practitioners, especially young engineering service professionals going global, on their duty of care for sustainability and to act with due skills, care, diligence, and good faith. Let us welcome our first speaker for today, the former ASEAN Engineering Register Head Commissioner, Dr. Engineer Rocky Wong Hon Tang.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Doctor, for having done the introduction. I'm of the old school, as you probably would have gathered, and I have prepared my presentation in the 4-page 20-point mode, which I've sent to the organizer. And I trust those who wish to have a copy of that could very well get a copy. I have no copyright over that. I wish this could be freely disseminated to everyone interested in my intervention on today's theme. My presentation begins with a preamble that will have to give my definition of what I understand as engineering services, which I take it to be the supply and or the provision of engineering, science, technology, and innovation services relating to a whole spectrum of industries, for example, engineering services, integrated engineering services, computer and related services, and then next is R&D services, next technical testing analysis services, next services incidental to mining, to manufacturing, to energy distribution, to science and technology consulting services, to maintenance and repair of plants and equipment, next to communication services, to audio-visual services, to construction and related engineering services, and of course, engineering and technical education teaching services. At least in Malaysia, we do believe and we define that as engineering services. And of course, last but not least, and definitely not the least, environmental services, etc. These, of course, have been extracted from the United Nations WTO list, and anyone could visit them to confirm for yourself. This truly belong to the engineering, science, technology, and innovation services of which engineering professionals are responsible for. And when dealing with engineering mobility concerning the natural person, we deal with the term engineering services professional. This term engineering service professional is actually included in the ASEAN MRA on engineering services, and unfortunately hardly used by our people doing the negotiation and continued deliberation at the ACPE Coordinating Committee, also known as engineering practitioners. And if you are very conscious of the fact that you are now going into Washington Accord, Sydney Accord, and Dublin Accord, and the other 4 agreements, you will notice the consistent use of this term, engineering practitioner. And when you use such term, I would mean you cover the whole engineering team which are, of course, the engineers, engineering technologies, the engineering technician. So this is my, what do you call it? And these are the one delivering accredited professional services. So these are some of the key terms I put in the preamble, and here we go for the lecture proper. Trade in services or cross-border trade in services was first introduced in 1986, and that was the launch of GATT's Uruguay round of trade negotiation. Incidentally, it was the 8th round since 1947, the start of GATT. Of course, the president of the day, United States, was Ronald Reagan, and he was under tremendous lobbying by the accountant, the bankers, to include trade in financial services. Great thing, insurance, those days, the modern thing, a credit card, etc. But it took the engineers a few years later to realize you do not have financial services if there was no real projects. So the engineers decided, I believe, that's my belief, beginning with ABET and with other so-called 7 English-speaking nations, wanted to form the Washington Accord to give the base for quality assurance and quality control in project, so that there should be confidence in the work. And of course, those countries initiated by ABET, obviously United States, you have Canada, United Kingdom, you have the Republic of Ireland, down south you have Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and interestingly, we were invited Malaysia in 1989 to be part of the so-called starting members of Washington Accord. For reasons which I do not want to disclose, Malaysia made one of the biggest mistakes in our life. We rejected to be part of the original 8. So that was only the original 7. And they came out with Washington Accord, frankly, which is actually a standard to give quality assurance to those natural persons delivering engineering services, of which if there were engineering services, there will be financial services. That was how it was. But however, the only tool for international trade was the GATT, G-A-T-T, General Agreement in Trade and Tariff. How would you introduce that? So they launched the Uruguay round. The Uruguay round was launched in 1986. And instead of just talking about goods and services, goods and merchandise, now they have to include services. My golly, a lot of our countries do not understand what was trade in services. For example, in Malaysia, trade in services is actually measured by balance of payment. If you are an importing nation of services, we have a big deficit of balance of payment. And if you are an exporter of services, you have a lot to gain from that. So originally, when Malaysia entered into the Uruguay round to negotiate, the representative of our country was Bank Negara, our central bank. Until a couple of years down the road, they realized they are not competent to do so. And they went back to our Ministry of Trade, and they called upon us as consulting engineers, of which then I was the president or the chairman of the ACM. And hence I have been quite involved in this Uruguay round since the beginning of 1986. And my interest has continued, and I believe will take a long time. So it took a long 8 years for the negotiator to really pack down what is this invisible trade of trade in services. They came out with 4 mobility. Mobility number 1 is, of course, mobility of services, which is delivered across border, similar to goods. Mobility mode number 2 is the mobility of consumption, which obviously you have to consumer got to cross the border to the supplying nation, such as education, such as tourism. That is actually mobility of consumption. Mode 3, mobility of capital. And that capital, of course, is to establish business entity. And mode 4 is the mobility of natural persons, such as professionals, skilled workers, and talents. These 4 modes of mobility in aggregation equates to the 3 important dimensions of defining how free is the trade partnership within an economic bloc, such as we have for ASEAN Economic Community, AEC. We now have the RCEP, and we also have for Malaysia, maybe Philippines one day, CPTPP, etc. The 3 dimensions of a common free market or borderless production base that are actually identified for ASEAN Economic Community are market access. That's the first dimension. Second dimension is commercial presence. And of course, the third dimension is national treatment. Excuse my froggy voice today. I'm a COVID victim. I'm under home quarantine, so do excuse my voice. Market access, of course, equate to modes 1 and 2 of mobility. Commercial presence is to mode 3, and national treatment has a big bearing on mode 4. For a common market or a free market or a borderless production base, there shall be no limitation to market access. Namely, you can get into each other's market freely, no limitation. Commercial presence under the ASEAN Economic Community currently has a limitation of for a few of those professional businesses, such as CPC 8671, which is engineering services. For 8671 is architectural services, sorry. 8672 is engineering services. 8673 is integrated services. Such are the things related to us. The limitation is 70% of equity for the foreign partner in the domestic business supply entity. Over and above the agreed offer, there's nothing to stop an ASEAN member state, for example, to have an autonomous offer of 100%, of which is the case for Malaysia. We make such an autonomous offer that foreigners whom we believe will be a stimulus to our services sector, they are given 100% equity. So it is actually, frankly, and for ASEAN member states to decide. Frankly, I believe there should be no limitation to commercial presence for the ASEAN member states certified or registered or licensed stakeholders. After all, that's what we are supposed to be. When a foresaid stakeholders or their secondaries take up residence in the host ASEAN member state, their respective professional standing should be recognized as relevant MRA rules, be eligible for local registration, licensing, and be treated like his or her local counterpart by the host ASEAN member state, PRA. Hence, national treatment comes in the in other words, more non-discrimination treatment basis. Just a bit of history. ASEAN was formed on August 8, 1967. Probably most of you too young. It was a result of a war known as confrontation by an agreement signed in Bangkok by 5 founding ASEAN member states, which were Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, and the peacemaker Thailand, which means to say, out of these 5 countries, you can see there's only one peacemaker. So you can imagine what happened to the other 4. ASEAN, of course, was meant to be for peace, and it was for political forum discussion. And for peace to sustain, there should be economic well-being. And in 1992, there was this decision to form AFTA, ASEAN Free Trade Area. Of course, was established in 1992, and it was templated after the work in progress NAFTA. The Americans were then negotiating for the North America Free Trade Area, Mexico, Canada, America, also launched by Reagan, but unfortunately it took a long time to conclude. In ASEAN, we couldn't wait. We used the template and we formed AFTA. AFTA, of course, is underpinned by an agreement as CEPT, Common Effective Preferential Tariff. With WTO being created on the 1st of January 1995 by the Marrakesh Agreement, which of course was the first of the year, we concluded the Uruguay round pre-Christmas 1994, and with less than a week in Marrakesh on the 1st of January 1995, the big agreement was eventually signed to form WTO at last, underpinned by 12 multilateral agreements, General Agreement in Trade and Service. And with that in place, ASEAN immediately in 1995 embraced that as a template, as a GATS plus template. The word is plus, that means to say much better than GATS. And we have AFAS, AFAS, that is ASEAN Framework of Trade and Agreement in Services. So this means ASEAN as an economic bloc actually was a very progressive bloc. In that early days of 1995, we were planning for a free trade area which included trade in goods and services. So since GATS took 8 years to conclude, and stick, and now the whole idea is the whole ASEAN Economic Community has also been formed with a progression being made. But now the big question is, are we, the ASEAN stakeholders, ready for RCEP? This is a big question. And this question has to be addressed. GATS took 8 years to conclude for reasons very few nations understood what cross-border trade in services really meant. Therefore, to get the majority on board, there were certain inbuilt safeguards in the agreement that began with a positive list. In other words, when we make the national offer against all the 4 modes of mobility and over the whole spectrum of tradable services, we have this safeguard, and this safeguard was the positive list safeguard. Positive list safeguard meant whatever is listed in the spreadsheet, known as national offer, those are the services you can trade. Beyond that is off-bound, off-limit. That is what it meant. This, of course, has lasted quite a while. Then, in the case of AFAS, when we began with GATS, obviously we also had this positive approach, and to operationalize our AFAS, there was created a committee known as CCS, Coordinating Committee on Services, consisting of the respective ASEAN trade representatives. And for this case, for Malaysia, we have MITI. AFAS, being a GATS plus template, adopted also the positive list, and therefore it's very obvious it was to get everyone on board. One other agreement of the 12 underpinning multilateral agreement of WTO, which was eventually used in ASEAN, was also the technical barriers to trade, TBT agreement, which identified ways to eliminate technical barriers to trade. For example,
All right, I think we're experiencing a bit of a problem with the connection of Engineer Rocky H.D. Wong, and we will circle back to him in a little while our technical
back
team.
now?
Yes, you're
Am I
good,
back
sir.
now?
Okay. Yes, you're back now,
yeah,
sir.
yeah. Somehow I think my my network here is not too strong.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, crossing our
Let me give-
fingers, everything will be good. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, okay. Now that I'm back and I got a cup of the water, I was talking about the technical barriers to trade. Using that TBT agreement, ASEAN began in year 2000 and we concluded in 2 years the ASEAN MRA on electrical and electronic equipment. That is a fantastic move. I'm also fortunate to have been involved in that particular MRA, and I believe that is a very progressive, and this should also be used, TBT agreement, for our MRA on engine services, for example. Yeah, and not only have the EEMRA, the ASEAN EEMRA for electrical and electronic equipment concluded the MRA of the equipment based on IEC standard, they went on further and produced AHEL, ASEAN Harmonized Electrical Electronic Equipment Regulatory Regime. Now, these two examples is just a starter for us in the professional services sector to recognize that once you have the standard and we are able to match the standard, we should be able to really do things without any barriers, without any technical barriers. And I'll come to that, why we have failed, electrical, our MRA on engine service. So in the same year of 2000, CCS, under the directive of the ASEAN Economic Minister, also began with the establishment of MRA. And of course, beginning with a very simplistic MRA for engine services, 8672, it took the engineers 5 years, 5 long years, to negotiate a simple MRA on engine services where all the 10 ASEAN member states were suspicious of each other. Yeah? They are worried that they will be sold out, and not forgetting that we were working towards a common market and borderless production base. If you're not remembering that by a national approach, you have no standing in the world. So that was how bad it was. It took us that many years to get it done. And what's worse, it took another 10 years after we concluded the MRA in 2005 to really fully implement the so-called MRA itself. And that deadline was 2015. which happened to be the same deadline for the coming into force of the ASEAN Economic Community. If those of you who are interested in historical reality, you remember that we were supposed to be in ASEAN Economic Community on the 1st of January 2015, but for a reason best known to our trade negotiator, we couldn't get it done. So we have to cheat a little bit. We still got it in year 2015, but we make it 31st December 2015. And because of that deadline was also the push for all the 10 ASEAN member states to fully implement the so-called MRA on engine service. So there you are. It took a long, long time. Yeah. So now we have the new and very exciting RCEP. It was supposed to be for 16 nations, but now Bureau India has moved up and they are waiting on the wings. There's a standing invitation. The fact that they negotiated all the way to the last minute, that if they agree to join, there is no barrier for them to come in immediately. So at the moment, it's 15. I believe with the current Ukraine-Russia war, India, China are getting buddy-buddy. Maybe one day India will now find it beneficial to be with RCEP. I don't know, anytime. But for me, as a Malaysian, I've been very disappointed. We, Malaysia, only came on board on last week. Oh, we used to be the first mover in most agreements. And I think for Philippines, you're still not on board yet. Indonesia not on board yet. Myanmar not on board. So these are the 3 ASEAN member states still not on board. So we have this RCEP now, and we have to contend with it. That how are you going to get the best out of RCEP? Concurrently, at the CCS level, negotiation on when all these were going on, I'm trying to tell you what is terrible with our CCS. While all these were going on at the CCS level itself, we were having negotiation on ATISA, ASEAN Trade in Services Agreement, which incidentally has replaced AFAS. And this ATISA, forerunner to RCEP being concluded, is on the negative list. And how many of us, being advised by our trade negotiator at CCS, realize that we have to change our mindset from the positive list approach to the negative list approach? No one. In fact, in Malaysia, I've been very disappointed. I've been the wall in the wilderness and say, look, we got to prepare ourselves for the negative list approach. And frankly, it has always been asked, what is negative list? Negative list is, of course, the opposite of positive. What you state in your MRA, what you may do, I mean, you may not, but in the negative list, you have to state precisely what you can do, all of us. Anything not stated is free game for everyone. And we are not prepared for that. Our stakeholders have not been prepared for that. So finally, RCEP was signed on the 25th of November in a virtual Zoom meeting with much publicity. Did our ACPE Coordinating Committee, BSSWG, CCS react to the realignment, to react and realign our strategy to take advantage of the cross-border trade in services in RCEP by negative approach, and what are the pros and cons to take into consideration domestically and at the ASEAN Economic Community. We have a lot of catching up to do, my friends. We have to leverage on the ASEAN advantage. You may ask, what is our ASEAN advantage? Frankly, very few people want to use that ASEAN advantage. You look at all the 15 nations, most of them are aging nations. It's only in ASEAN, a few countries like Philippines, Vietnam, Thailand, not Thailand no more, Indonesia, Cambodia, those are very young societies. Malaysia is an aging society. And the latest report is Thailand is having negative growth. So we have a young, vibrant society amongst ASEAN. At least not all 10, but definitely 5 or more. That is our advantage. And Philippines, you got one of the biggest advantages in the so-called demographic approach, or dimension rather. So ACP Coordinating Committee together with CCS, and now I bring in our civil society, ASEAN Engineer Registrar, and its mother body, AFIO. Frankly, we are, on the one hand, the regulator and the government snobs. On the other hand, those who care for the stakeholders. But nevertheless, we are two sides of the same coin. We should be using that advantage of common goals. And that two sides of the same coin is the currency to tap into the supply value chain, your RESTEP. Correspondingly, the domestic level, for example, I'm speaking from Malaysia as a good example, the national PRA, which is of course in Malaysia is the Board of Engineers, and the civil society, which is the IEM, we should also likewise consider ourselves to be two sides of the same coin. When we have both national and ASEAN economic appreciation of the same coin, that coin is the currency to tap into the value and supply chain. And we are not using that. Better still, domestic civil society should be the designated body, PRA, to administer the national regulatory regime. And that I'm very envious of PII Indonesia. They passed a law to regulate engineering, perhaps with GRP as an example. And instead of creating a body to administer that, they designated PII, which is our counterpart civil society, the IEF, to administer that. And that is truly a very magnanimous approach, appreciating that this sort of a civil society really reflects the aspiration of those who are in the. So I hope something good of similar nature can happen to the Philippines, because we also understand in some CLMV countries, Myanmar has this good advantage. Cambodia has that. I can't speak of Vietnam. Laos is too small. But Philippines, if you have not set it in stone, be the designated PRA rather. So when we are the designated PRA rather, we will then be the one that will really, appreciate what the thing is all about. And all this, when going on, we are encouraging that our ACPE Coordinating Committee, as well as a domestic, appreciate the ASEAN guideline of GRP, good regulatory practice. We have this in existence in the ASEAN, and yet nobody uses that to guide us along in drafting and administering our regulatory regime. And all this contribute to the principle of TBT, which of course should be transparency, exchange of information, harmonization of standards, developing MRA, of which we have. But since it's the first generation MRA and doesn't serve any good, it should actually be reviewed. And of course, we should have technical cooperation. The first generation MRA developed on the positive village approach covers engineering only, the engineers only. And specifically for 8672, excluding 8673. And with RFPE being actually a non-terrorist measures. You look at the structure and the manner of operationalizing the RFPE, frankly, is a shame that out of a total registered what do you call ACPE on the register, which is close to 5,379, the latest record, we have only 24 after RFPE, less than 5% of the registered population. It's a complete flop. Without RFPE, there's no mobility officially. Of course, below the radar, there's a lot of mobility. But what's the point in having an MRA when everything should be with the good ranking, with the official fallback? We have a lot of things to do under the radar. That is actually very, very unfortunate. So now I'm suggesting that since we deal in the MRA engine services professional, this time our amendment to the MRA, this term engine services professional should include engine technologists and engine technicians over and above what we have for engineers. And then you ask, what does it take for ASEAN member state to get all these three categories of ASEAN engineering services professionals accredited? Yes, my good old friend Fred has talked greatly on this issue of accreditation. Frankly, it takes a lot of a national effort to get the accreditation body going, to get the system going. For example, in Malaysia, why I believe our Board of Engineers is financially healthy. When we finally went into becoming signatory Washington Accord in the early 80s, we had a government grant to give us some startup money to really develop our own system, get the IHL, Institution of Higher Learning, to get into this. And eventually, we managed to get it after another 10 years wait. So we eventually got it. Because we were silly not to join in 1989, we tried to go in 1999. Of course, we couldn't. And then eventually we got in as a provisional member. We are one of the longest provisional member. And finally, in 2009, we got it. Of course, if you have been bullied so many years, you learn. So in the course of learning, we were able to eventually go for the Sydney Accord and Dublin Accord. And Malaysia is one of the few ASEAN member states to be the signatory of all the 7 agreements under IEA. But it takes a lot of resources. But can all of us have the time to do so? So for these, in the interim, I'm suggesting that we also recognize that since engineering technologists and technicians usually follow the TVET route, of course, there's some follow the academic route, but TVET route. So under this system, maybe we should look into the ASEAN Qualification Referred Framework, AQRF. ASEAN Qualification Referred Framework actually is an ASEAN document prepared by Philippines itself. So while you are doing while you are aspiring and pursuing your WA, Sydney Accord, and Dublin Accord, nothing to stop you for the ASEAN consumption to use the so-called ASEAN Qualification Referred Framework. And this, because it's done by Philippines, I'm sure Philippines have no problem understanding. And on checking on my own, that our Malaysian qualification framework aligns with that, for example. Yeah? So there you are. While we are very keen to have a common benchmark for all this, so from the qualification framework, you already have this. And if you study the MRA orienting services, they have only 5 or 6 competency level that is, and we can always in the ASEAN MRA have similar for that. So my belief that the current what we call the MRA can be modified to include all the engineering spectrum under the definition of engineering services professional, which has been put in place beginning. So in summary and conclusion, I believe the ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineering Coordinating Committee and its CCS, which is the governmental side, and our civil society side, AFIO and AER, are the two sides of the same coin. The currency to tap into the supply and value chain of the world's largest economic bloc of an exciting and dynamic region of the planet. We must play our part with initiative and enthusiasm. Inertia, we cannot have inertia and lethargy. The currency must also be reflected domestically and nationally, which means PRA must encourage and adopt good regulatory practice, GRP, not for the sake of control only, because some GRP are really control freaks. They should adopt GRP in formulating and referring domestic regulation and dynamically push result on the outcome for ACP coordinating and CCS. And before I conclude, I also suggest that PTS, PTC, and with Yao Jiafeng here today, AFIO and ASEAN Economic, AFIO and ASEAN Engine Registrar must never leave to the official invitation to join. You have every right to push in and demand your voices be heard. One of the understanding of the ASEAN Economic Minister and head and summit meeting is we must take heed of the stakeholders' opinion. So we only get what we deserve. If we sit back and wait for an official invitation in gold ribbon to come along, you never get it from those in the government service. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And that was the former AER Head Commissioner, Engineer Rocky H.T. Wong. So at this point in time, we would like to invite back in the spotlight Engineer Wong as we award this certificate of appreciation. All right, so if I may read the contents of our certificate, especially made for Engineer Wong. Certificate of appreciation is presented to Engineer Rocky Wong for being the honored speaker during the virtual PTC Engineering Summit webinar in celebration of the World Engineering Day 2022 with the theme, Regional Partnerships Unlocked, Harnessing the Value of Engineering Mobility on March 25, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. via Zoom, given on the same date in Manila, Philippines, and signed by the PTC International Relations Committee Chair and Country Registrar, Engineer Romulo R. Agatep, and of course, the PTC President, Engineer Federico A. Monsada. Engineer Wong, we hope you'll feel better soon, and please accept our sincere certificate of appreciation.
Thank you very much. So I will wish you a belated Engineers Day, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you as well, Engineer Wong. All right, so we are now going to move on with our next speaker. We're changing up a bit our program, and instead we're going to proceed with a lady engineer. All right, and to introduce our next speaker, may I call on the PTC Secretary and of course the President of the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines, Dr. Michelle D. Lawas. Ma'am? Doc Michelle? While we are waiting for Doc Michelle to be on board and to be on cam, our topic for the next session is going to be about International Engineering Technologist Agreements. And we know you're just as excited as I am in getting to know who will be our speaker. Doc Michelle, are you here with us now? Doc Michelle? Okay, so anyway, I believe Doc Michelle is currently indisposed. So instead, I'm going to introduce our next speaker. So our speaker is Miss Katie Turf, and she is the head of professional standards at the Engineering Council in the UK and the chair of the International Engineering Technologists Agreement. At the Engineering Council, which is the regulatory body for the UK engineering profession, she leads the work to maintain and enhance the UK standard for professional engineering competence and commitment, the standards for accreditation of engineering education, and the regulations for registration. These standards were most recently revised in 2020 in consultation with employers, educators, and professional engineering institutions. Katie also has strategic oversight of the Engineering Council's international relationships. The IETA establishes an international benchmark of competence for independent practice in engineering technology and a framework for the recognition of substantial equivalence of standards and quality assurance systems. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming the Executive Committee Deputy Chair, Ms. Katie Turf.
Good morning, or good afternoon, I should say, and thank you very much for that welcome, Vinus. It's my pleasure to be here to speak with you today, and I would like to thank the previous speakers for their very interesting presentations as well. As Venus has explained, my name is Katie Turf, and I am Head of Professional Standards at the Engineering Council. We are the authorised member of the International Engineering Alliance, and it is my pleasure to be the chair of the International Engineering Technologists Agreement. I'd like to start off with an overview of the engineering technologists. Then I will talk about the International Engineering Technologists Agreement itself, benchmarking of competence and the knowledge that underpins it, and to finish off on the topic of mobility. So, engineers, engineering technologists and engineering technicians work across all sectors, industries, disciplines, environments and spheres of society. At its 2018 meeting in London, the World Federation of Engineering Organisations Committee on Education in Engineering ran a workshop looking at which of the Sustainable Development Goals engineers and technicians contribute to, and concluded all of them, and that for teaching practical examples, Case studies, research areas, practical projects can be found across all 17 of those areas. So there's an important role for engineering professionals in this whole area of sustainable development. There is sometimes a lack of clarity over what is the role of the engineering technologist. The team, the engineering team, is made up of engineers, professional engineers, engineering technologists, and engineering technicians. They all have an important part to play in delivering engineering products and services to society, and they all have a unique role within the team. In some jurisdictions, the role of the technologist is considered to be a professional engineer whose expertise is more in the application of technology rather than the conceptual theory-based practice that many people associate with professional engineer titles in other jurisdictions. So the professional title can reflect this, and in the case of the UK, we call that incorporated engineer. In other jurisdictions, it's defined as an associate engineering role. So again, more applied than an engineer, perhaps more theoretical than a technician. In still other jurisdictions, it's also seen as a senior technician role. So online searches for jobs for engineering technologists often identify roles that have titles such as engineer or technician, and it can be quite a confusing and unclear picture. Engineering technologists do have knowledge and skills that overlap with both engineers and technicians, but they also have their own distinctive role within the engineering team. And while we may have different titles and different descriptions, there are some common themes across all of the jurisdictions. Less emphasis on theory, more emphasis on application. Less emphasis on conceptual design and innovation, more emphasis on use of existing technology and implementation of new technology. On this World Engineering Day for Sustainable Development, we might note some of the roles of technologists, such as in precision farming, helping farmers to deploy and optimize use of sensors and systems in the field, saving on seeds, fertilizer, pesticides, and so on, and even delivering water in a very precise way to achieve environmental and financial benefits. Working in environmental control, designing, installing, commissioning, and testing electronic systems to control conditions inside buildings, such as grain silos, dairy units, glass houses, and livestock shelters. In many different environments, they might be designing and installing ground source heat pumps, analysing sites or buildings for passive solar heating, designing and managing production processes and equipment to optimize performance and minimize environmental impact. They might be managing equipment life cycles, including end of life through reuse, recovery, recycling of components and materials. So that's just a flavor of who we're talking about when we talk about engineering technologists. The International Engineering Technologists Agreement establishes a framework that enables the bodies concerned to demonstrate the substantial equivalence of their national or local engineering technologist standards to the international benchmarks. This facilitates mutual recognition, which in turn can support the movement of engineering technologists between the different jurisdictions. The benchmarks are based on a framework for substantial equivalence, which draws on the International Engineering Alliance's graduate attributes and professional competencies, and also on mutually agreed procedures for the assessment and maintenance of competence and ethical practice. The agreements also set out expectations for the types of bodies that can become authorised members. The authorised members themselves undertake periodic reviews of each other's standards, policies and quality assurance systems, and the purpose of this is to ensure that substantial equivalence of the requirements for the continued operation of the jurisdictional section of the International Engineering Technologists Register as specified in the rules and procedures. The review itself will look at the standards of competence used by the authorised member under review and compare these to the benchmark. I'll talk a bit more about the detail of those standards in a few moments. The review also looks at the processes by which the individual engineering technologies is assessed for admission to the jurisdictional section of the International Register. And as previous speakers have mentioned, this is an important part of developing that confidence and trust between our different standards and our different registers to enable mobility of professionals. Authorised members each hold their own section of the International Register of Engineering Technologists for their particular jurisdiction. Those who are admitted to the jurisdictional sections will undergo an assessment to ensure that they meet the benchmark of competence, and this could be wholly or partly achieved through the same process for admission to a national or local register or a licensing system or certification or other form of recognition that's used within the jurisdiction. Authorised members are often the body responsible for registration or licensure, but not always. Sometimes they're different bodies, but they are influential and recognised authorities within their own jurisdiction. Not all jurisdictions actually have a national or local register, but where they do, the requirements of that register may not be fully aligned to the international benchmark. So the authorised members will have some form of assessment which could take care of any differences between the national arrangements and what's expected for the international register. So seeing that somebody is on the international register gives that confidence that they've met the whole range of things that are expected, even if that's not part of what they've got through their home system. During the IET review process, where prior assessments might be part of the process, the authorised member will need to demonstrate how that prior assessment is used and provides a rigorous and reliable assessment. And they'll also have to demonstrate any additional assessment that they're carrying out in order to cover any gaps in what's required. The benchmark set out by the International Engineering Technologists Agreement specifies an overall level of engineering knowledge and competence for independent practice, and I'll come on to those. In addition to those two areas, the benchmark also sets out minimum periods for practical experience and in responsible charge of engineering work, where the technologist is practicing independently. And when we talk about independent practice, this can include as an employee, but in a role where the person is responsible for their own work and has authority to make professional judgments and decisions. They must also meet requirements to be undertaking continuing professional development and to maintain their competence throughout their career. So it's not enough to demonstrate competence once. They must be keeping themselves up to date and keeping themselves also up to date with legislative matters as well as with technology and current practice issues. They're also required to be complying with codes of conduct and ethical practice, and they must be accountable for their professional actions and decisions. Coming on then to competence itself. Competence is the combination of skills, knowledge, experience, and behaviours that are required to perform a type of work. Within professional standards and benchmarks, competence is defined in broad generic terms, and these can then be tailored for particular disciplines or practice areas, and they might actually be defined in much more granular detail as competencies that are required to undertake very specific tasks, particularly for those practicing in highly specialised areas. However, a key consideration for professional competence is the ability to apply the broad principles to many different tasks and situations. A key reference point is the IEA Engineering Technologist competencies, which are now in their 4th edition. And they set out the ranges that characterise problem identification and solution and engineering activities in terms of well-defined, broadly defined or complex problems. The engineering technologist competence is usually aligned with broadly defined problem identification and solution. And as engineering technologists are at the forefront of applying, maintaining and managing technologies, it's important that their practice is informed by the relevant knowledge and skills. As we face the challenge of climate change and sustainable development, sustainability needs to become part of an engineering technologist's DNA in much the same way as health and safety has become in recent years. It's not a bolt-on, and it's not something you can pick up through a one-off lecture or seminar, or something that you can tick off on a checklist. It has to be something that's embedded across education and development and continuing professional development. It's an expectation in practice, and it needs to be a habit that is so embedded that it's an automatic part of any professional's activity at every stage of their career. So version 4 of the graduate attributes and professional competencies strengthens the importance of sustainable development within the competence framework. Very briefly, I want to just touch on engineering education. The graduate attributes actually set out 11 areas, and the purpose of engineering education is defined as building a knowledge base and attributes to enable the graduate to continue learning and to proceed to formative development to develop competence. Engineering education isn't a linear process. And for some, of course, there will be a number of years of formal education at the start of their career, but many will gain their education iteratively in bite-sized chunks. And of course, they need to keep their knowledge up to date as their career progresses. Every engineering technologist needs to make sure that they're keeping up to date as the technology around them changes. Knowledge is an important component of competence, and for engineering technologists, the benchmark is the engineering technology graduate attributes as defined by a signatory of the Sydney Accord. While Sydney Accord signatory status is taken as an indicator that an authorised member requires a satisfactory level of knowledge, this can also be demonstrated in other ways. So jurisdictions that are not members of the Sydney Accord but want to come into the IETA can demonstrate this through structured engineering programmes that have an outcome level that's recognised by a Sydney Accord signatory. They might set examinations which can be demonstrated to be equivalent to the IEA technologist graduate attributes, and individuals can demonstrate their academic attainment is scrutinised on a case-by-case basis within the jurisdiction. So not being a Sydney Accord signatory is not a barrier for organisations coming into the agreement or for people being admitted to the engineering technologist section of jurisdictional registers. Just want to come on briefly to international mobility and why it's important. We live in an increasingly global economy, and the problems of sustainable development and climate change affect the world as a whole. To solve these problems, we need to harness the capabilities of engineering professionals to work collaboratively across the globe and ensure that solving a problem in one place doesn't produce a problem for somebody in another place. We need to pool our knowledge and the capabilities and expertise across the globe to solve our global problems. To do this, we need to have confidence and trust that engineers, technologists, and technicians have the foundations of knowledge and competence to practice as they collaborate and move across international borders. Through the agreements, the members aim to facilitate cross-border practice by engineering technologists. And the framework of the agreement allows responsible bodies to recognise the standing of experienced technologists registered in other economies. But the extent to which recognition can be applied can vary very widely. It could be used to enable the individual to practice under their home professional title. It could enable them to practice under the international title, or it might offer a streamlined assessment for admission to the applicable national register if somebody needs to be on that register in order to practice in a jurisdiction. It's really a matter for the host jurisdiction, and it may depend on the statutory requirements within the jurisdiction. So it can't guarantee that the individual will have the right to practice or to exemptions in another authorised member jurisdiction. It is, after all, a voluntary agreement between the participating bodies, but they do undertake to facilitate recognition as far as possible. The international agreement can support mobility in a number of ways. So if the jurisdiction has an engineering act that mandates that individuals have to hold a specific form of qualification or sit a specific examination or be nationals of that country, there may be quite limited room for manoeuvre. But even in these cases, the international benchmark does demonstrate that the authorities recognise the individual as starting in the right place and that they are a professional in their own right, whether or not they give any reduced process to come onto a national register. Or, as I've said, they may allow them to practice under the international title, which may be the case particularly in international teams that are working cross-border and on a temporary basis, which may well be the case in the ASEAN region as your common market develops. And it may give them a streamlined route onto national registers with perhaps some exemptions in those processes. So there's a lot of room for manoeuvre, there's a lot of variation, but as has been said, it's very much about building trust and confidence. I'd like to thank you for your attention. That concludes my presentations now, but I hope it's given you a flavour of the International Engineering Technologists Agreement and how it supports this vital group of members of the engineering team. Thank you all for listening.
And thank you as well, Ms. Katie Tur, for the very informative and descriptive talk on International Engineering Technologists Agreement. Ms. Katie, we would love to have you back on stage as we award the Certificate of Appreciation.
Thank you.
Okay, so let me read the content of the certificate. This certificate of appreciation is presented to Ms. Katie Turf for being the honored speaker during the virtual PTC Engineering Summit webinar in celebration of the World Engineering Day 2022 with the theme Regional Partnerships Unlocked, Harnessing the Value of Engineering Mobility on March 25, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. via Zoom, given on the same date in Manila, Philippines, signed by the PTC IRC Chair and Country Registrar, Engineer Romulo R. Agatep, and of course, our President, Engineer Federico A. Monsada. Ms. Katie, please accept our humble certificate that's made especially for you.
Thank you very much, and it's been a great pleasure.
All right, the pleasure is all ours, Ms. Katie. And by the way, Ms. Katie, while you are here, we would really like to take advantage of your presence. And we would like to take this moment to request our panelists to please turn on your video for a photo session while we still have Ms. Katie on board. Once again, may we request our panelists to please turn on your video for our photo session. And may we request our documentations team or our technical team to take over the photo session. There you go. All right.
All right. 3, 2, and all right.
Okay na?
Are we good, Sir Eman?
Yes, we are good.
Okay, wow, that was very quick. Okay, thank you so much once again to our technical team. And of course, Miss Katie, once again, maraming salamat. We say that maraming salamat as a thank you in Filipino. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, so moving right along to our next speaker. And to introduce our next speaker, may I call on a PTC Board of Trustee and the President of the Philippine Society of Sanitary Engineers, Engineer Delino G. Cubacub. Sir?
Thank you, Engineer Tanya. Our next speaker is strongly committed to the engineering profession and passionate about supporting the objectives of the International Engineering Alliance to achieve internationally benchmarked standards for engineering education and competence for engineering practice. In 2021, our next speaker was elected the Deputy Chair of the International Professional Engineers Agreement and was a member of the governing group of the IEA. He has been involved in the IEA since 2011 through a range of international review roles, including APEC Review Panel, IPA Review Panel Lead, Sydney and Dublin Accords Review Visit Panel, and Washington Accord Verification Visit Panel. He has represented New Zealand as a signatory of the Washington, Sydney, and Dublin Accords and the IPA, APEC, IETA, and AIET agreements at the IEA annual meetings of 2017 to 2019 and virtual meetings of 2020 and 2021. A past president and distinguished fellow of Engineering New Zealand, in addition to his current role as a chair of the Standards and Accreditation Board, our next speaker has undertaken a number of accreditation visits to a range of universities and polytechnics over the past decade as a panel member, a panel chair, or team leader across Dublin, Sydney, and Washington Accord qualifications. He is also a past chair of the Engineering New Zealand Competence Assessment Board and has been a professional interview practice area assessment, chartered professional engineers for over 20 years. Our next speaker, broader leadership and governance experience include his current roles as a chair of BECA New Zealand and a chair of the BECA Group Management Share Trust. He was a director on the establishment board of the New Zealand Green Building Council, serving as chair. He recently retired as a director of CityCare Limited. He serves as advisory boards for the civil and mechanical departments at the University of Canterbury Schools of Engineering and has served in advisory roles for central government. Our next speaker is a practicing chartered professional engineer. As Chief Technical Officer for BECA Group Limited and a member of the BECA Executive Leadership Team. Our next speaker is responsible for leading the professional practice of BECA and guiding the development of BECA's technical capability globally across 8 countries, 23 offices, and more than 3,500 staff. In addition to overseeing the development, implementation, and execution of BECA's preview project delivery systems, our next speaker is accountable for the project risk framework for BECA and is experienced in project directorship and management of multidiscipline projects, including responsibility for leading design teams and preparing contract documents and construction phase services across a range of market sectors. So our next speaker background is in design in the commercial and institutional buildings, markets, including public buildings and major hospitals. So ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our next speaker, Mr. Craig Price of New Zealand.
Madam Chair, Engineer Delino Cubico, thank you for the generous introduction. President Engineer Federico Montsada, distinguished guests, fellow speakers, and all invitees. Magandang hapon, good afternoon to the Philippines, good afternoon to the world. Congratulations to PTC for organising this wonderful event to celebrate World Engineering Day. I think any activity that gets us talking about engineering mobility is really important, so well done. I'm from New Zealand, as you've heard, a country where the ability to travel and work internationally is highly valued. I understand that likewise, such opportunities to travel and work internationally are also very much a part of the Filipino way of life. I understand that in addition to the Filipino engineers who play a leading role in the development of the Philippines itself, there are around 150,000 Filipino engineers in demand in a number of other countries. So my sincere thanks to PTC for inviting me to speak at this Engineering Summit webinar. As Deputy Chair of the International Professional Engineers Agreement, or IPA, it's my pleasure to speak today on behalf of, in fact, both the IPA and the APEC Engineers Agreements. The theme of regional partnerships unlocked, harnessing the value of engineering mobility, it's at the very core of why the IEA, and in particular the international agreements that I'll talk about, exist today. Here's an outline of the matters that I'll cover. International mobility is a big topic, so I'll be canvassing a range of issues, but at a relatively high level. I'll begin by giving you a very brief overview of the IEA, the International Engineering Alliance, of which PTC are very much a part of, and it's great to have them in that grouping. I'll outline its purpose and summarize the accords and agreements of the IEA. Of course, today it's all about enabling international mobility. That's why you're here, so we're going to explore how that is supported by the international agreements. We'll look at how professional competence is defined and also discuss terms like mutual recognition, substantial equivalence, and their relevance to mobility. I want to share some insights into the IPA and APEC international agreements, and we'll talk about some challenges and opportunities to grow mobility through those agreements. And I'll just finish with a brief summary of key issues. And I'm sure you'll see some similar themes from Katie Turf's previous presentation. To set the scene, it's important that we understand what the International Engineering Alliance is, and in fact, why it exists. The IEA is a global not-for-profit organisation. It comprises members from 41 jurisdictions across 29 countries and comprises 7 international agreements. You've heard about that earlier this afternoon. These international agreements govern the recognition of engineering educational qualifications and professional competence. As a signatory and provisional signatory to some of these agreements, as I said, PTC are a member of the International Engineering Alliance. So these are the accords and competence agreements that the IEA oversee. And today I'm focusing on the 2 that are highlighted there with the red arrow, being the IPEA and the APEC EA. By way of summary, through the educational accords and competence agreements, members of the IEA establish and monitor internationally benchmarked standards for engineering education and professional competence for engineering practice. It's the competence agreements which enhance global mobility for our engineering professionals, and we'll come back and look at those agreements shortly. But first, I just would like to explore international mobility. I know you're all here today because you understand and believe in the importance of mobility for our engineering professionals, so I'm not here to sell you on that, but I do want to reinforce a few key points. Firstly, I'd remind you that the great thing about engineering is that the laws of physics are the same everywhere on the planet. So engineering is an international language. It's a truly global profession. International mobility means a whole range of things with correspondingly positive impacts. There are societal and social benefits in that engineering skills can be made available to geographies that may not have the skill base themselves, in particular in developing nations. There are economic advantages for a country having its engineers export their services to other countries, and conversely, being able to utilise engineering skills from other countries. And of course, the benefits are to nations, companies, and individuals from the perspective of capability and personal and professional development, upskilling of the collective profession across the globe. So, how is mobility supported? There's really 4 key requirements to be established to enable international mobility. Firstly, benchmarked professional competence standards. Secondly, assurance of substantial equivalence between systems of each jurisdiction. Thirdly, mutual recognition. And fourthly, the framework agreements to define the arrangements. And this is where the IEA, and in particular, the international agreements that we're talking about today come in. So let's have a look at some elements of those enablers. Professional competence. Per my earlier comment, a key starting point for mobility is establishing benchmarks for professional competence. In order to do so, it's fundamental to define what professional competence is and how it's developed. This slide proposes what that looks like. Now you'll recognise this document. It's the one that Katie Turf referred to previously. This is the joint IEA and World Federation of Engineering Organisations document, which specifies the attributes of professional competencies. As shown in this document, it also comprises the graduate attributes, which the education accords, and corresponding professional competencies for each of engineering technician, engineering technologist, and professional engineer roles as required by those various international agreements. Mutual recognition is a key concept in the agreements and in supporting mobility. A fundamental element of mutual recognition is that respective jurisdictions can have confidence that the standards and processes of their own jurisdiction, or of other jurisdictions for whom mutual recognition is offered, are substantially equivalent to their own. As you can see from this slide, mutual recognition, of course, has benefits for many parties. Now, engineer Frederico Monsada gave a more detailed overview of this information, so here's a simplified version of that, and really appreciated Fred in his opening remarks, really covering this off. But this slide, in a very simple way, articulates the key steps in the development of an engineering professional and 3 stages where mutual recognition can be benchmarked, being, of course, graduation through the Accord and the accreditation programs, of course, independent practice through the international agreements, and very importantly, ongoing continual professional development. As I mentioned earlier, under the umbrella of the IEA, there are 4 competence agreements. The 2 that relate to the professional engineers, which I'm talking about today, are the IPEA and the APEC-EA. And we've heard, as I said, from Katie on the AIET. The signatories to the agreements are national licensure or registration bodies, such as PTC in the Philippines, or in the case of where I come from, in New Zealand, Engineering New Zealand. Now, we're just going to go back in history a little way and talk about how these international agreements and when they were established. So here's just a brief timeline of the development of the IPA. And as mentioned by Engineer Rocky Wong, of course, the Washington Accord, which covers the professional engineer educational standards, was established in 1989. Subsequent to that, the IPA Competence Agreement was developed between 1995 and 2001 to benchmark the professional competence at the professional engineer level. So in many respects, the IPEA is a companion to the Washington Accord, with the Washington Accord covering the educational side and the IPEA covering the professional independent practice level. Just for a bit more history, the IPA was initially known as the Engineering Mobility Forum, or the EMF, and then it was subsequently renamed the International Professional Engineers Agreement in 2012. So from a starting point of 11 members in 2001, those members met in South Africa and signed the original IPA agreement. There's been a steady growth to 16 members today, along with 3 provisional members and other jurisdictions expressing interest in becoming involved. So this slide, it's got a lot of information on it. It shows the IPA members, who they are, along with the number of registrants in the brackets after the name of the jurisdictions. And I will come back a little bit later to the number of registrants later in the presentation. So I'm not expecting you to get the full detail here, but just gives you a bit of a sense of the range of members, the various jurisdictions, etc. And while not currently an IPA member, PTC, I'm really pleased to learn, are progressing provisional membership of IPA. So, and Engineer Frederico mentioned that earlier in the day. So just looking across to the APEC side, here's a brief history of the APEC Engineers Agreement. And in this one, PTC have been APEC authorised member since 2001, and I know they've proudly maintained that status through all subsequent periodic reviews. As for the IPEA, on this slide, you can see the range of members and the number of registrants from each jurisdiction. So let's just look in a little more detail now at these 2 professional engineer agreements. So this slide highlights the description of the IPA and the APEC engineers agreements, and you'll understand the references to substantial equivalence and competence standards following not only from my prior comments, but also prior comments in the day. Now, there is, in the case of any agreement between organisations, it needs to be documented, and it's often can be complex. Conceptually, might be straightforward, but when you get into the details, it can be somewhat complicated. There needs to be a common basis and a common understanding to work from. So in the case of the IEA and our international agreements, this is the key document that we use. It contains the rules, the procedures, and the guidelines for the 4 international agreements. It's 114 pages long, so it's not expected or necessary that as a practitioner or registrant that you need to be familiar with this document, but it's good that you know it exists. it's really for the reference of the members and the jurisdictions themselves. But as I say, good to know that it exists. And also just a reminder, the IEA Graduate Attributes and Professional Competencies document that I referred to earlier, that is also a key reference document. So a little bit about the IPA and APEC EA. Now I just want to highlight the differences between IPA and APEC with, once again, a bit of history today. There are a lot of similarities, but there are some differences between the two agreements, and often that can lead to confusion, particularly as often periodic reviews, etc., are undertaken jointly. So APEC was developed to support the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation Forum's aim to encourage skills transfer across the Asia Pacific region. Accordingly, and consistent with the name, only Pacific Rim countries can be part of APEC. The APEC EA is targeted at the professional engineer level. However, there is some latitude regarding the engineering education criteria, and the Washington Accord qualifications are not a specific requirement for APEC, and that really recognised when it was developed that some Asian Pacific countries didn't have accreditation systems in engineering education in place when APEC was developed. So by contrast, IPA, and Engineer Federico referred to this earlier, is truly international. It doesn't have any geographic constraints, very similar experience requirements to APEC, but it does have stricter educational requirements in terms of requiring a Washington Accord or equivalent vetted qualification. So what we see across the jurisdictions, some members of APEC are also IPEA signatories, as PTC aspires to be soon, but not all IPA signatories are APEC signatories because of the geographical constraints. So look, just broadly, the benchmark competence standards for IPA and APEC are summarised on this slide. As I mentioned before, there are some differences between the two, notably in the education standards. And obviously key issues for ongoing registration, of course, include the being bound by a code of ethical conduct and continuing professional development obligations. So the international registers, like AIET, they are managed and maintained by each jurisdiction, and they can be accessed through links on the IEA website. Now, there are some challenges I want to talk about. I mean, ideally, the ideal state for these international agreements is seamless mobility across all jurisdictions, or at least within the context of the IEA, seamless mobility across the jurisdictions of all signatories. However, that isn't necessarily the current state. Certainly best endeavours apply. Just talking about 3 or 4 challenges that I think it's worth understanding that we all need to work on together. Firstly, of course, maintaining the integrity of standards. Each signatory needs to be able to have confidence in the quality standards and processes of their fellow signatories. Inevitably, there are jurisdictional variations. So it's really important that once admitted as a member, the periodic reviews on a 6-yearly basis really address those potential variations. So that's a key issue. Secondly, and Katie Turf alluded to this, making sure that the mutual recognition process is working for the registrants. There are situations where registrants seeking to achieve mutual recognition, it's not as straightforward as intended or would be visualized by the contracts. And Katie outlined some of the specific challenges in that regard. So there are complexities, of course, across international borders, and the international agreements don't necessarily resolve all of those. But what's really important as fellow signatories that we work together to address those issues and smooth them out as much as we can. A couple of comments on numbers of signatories. Of course, the IEA are keen to grow the number of signatories beyond the 16 IPEA and the 14 APEC members at the moment. That's in everybody's interest to grow and increase the geographical reach of the agreements. And I think the other issue that we're starting to focus on at the moment is, and it was highlighted in that earlier slide, I said, look at the numbers in the brackets. The registrant numbers from many of the signatories are very modest. So we see countries with tens of thousands of registered engineers and on their national registers, but only a handful of registrants on the international registers. So clearly there's a need to promote the registers to individuals and grow those numbers. And I know, for example, Engineers Australia, with more than 15,000 members, I think they're around 75% of total registrants. So I think we need to look to their success, and that's something that the Executive Committee is seeking to do. So we have got some initiatives to keep growing mobility and acknowledging those challenges. So the IPA and APEC executive committees are working together on a range of initiatives to support enhanced mobility. So obviously, responding to the previous comment on numbers of signatories and registrants, we're seeking to set targets for growth. And last year at our IAM 2021, a mobility task force was formed with 3 focus areas to support the developing the effectiveness of the agreements. And these areas are there as identified on the slide. They're around defining and growing the value proposition of the agreements so that we get more people wanting to engage in them. So to summarize my key points, the international agreements, IPA and APEC-EA, exist to enhance global mobility for our professional engineers. The matters of professional competence, benchmarks, mutual recognition, and substantial equivalence are key concepts which underpin the international agreements. There are some challenges and opportunities which all members of the IAA must work together to keep advancing our international mobility. And I'd just like to really reinforce that PTC's membership of the IAA is important for the IAA, it's important for Filipino engineers, and important in supporting international mobility, and it's certainly appreciated. So just a few resources if you're interested to know more. That's the same website that Katie put up. You can go and browse there and you'll find more detail of not only those key documents, but other ones as well. So just to conclude, from me, Salamant, thank you so much for the opportunity to address you today. It's been a real pleasure and a privilege to attend the summit and explore with you the opportunities around engineering mobility. So in that regard, I am personally honoured to serve as Deputy Chair of the IPA Executive and do what I can do to support international mobility. And I look forward to perhaps joining you later for the panel discussion. Thank you so much for your time today.
And thank you as well. That was the Deputy Chair for IPEA Agreement, Mr. Craig Price. Thank you so much, Mr. Price, for giving our attendees insights on engineering mobility agreements to enable borderless practice and, of course, enhance global professional mobility for engineers. We would like to request Mr. Craig Price to be back on our virtual stage again for the awarding of the Certificate of Appreciation. Mr. Price, the certificate says, Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Mr. Craig Price for being the honored speaker during the virtual PTC Engineering Summit webinar in celebration of the World Engineering Day 2022 with the theme Regional Partnerships Unlocked, Harnessing the Value of Engineering Mobility on March 25, 2022 via Zoom, given on the same date in Manila, Philippines, and signed by the PTC IRC Chair and Country Registrar, Engineer Romulo R. Agatep, and of course, our President, Engineer Federico A. Mansada.
Thank you so much. It's been a real pleasure.
You are most welcome, Mr. Price. And yes, we will see you later on. Mr. Price will be joining us for the panel discussion, along with the other speakers that we have heard earlier, except for Miss Katie. All right. So anyway, we are going to move right along to our final speaker. And of course, the honor of introducing our final speaker is the PTC Board of Trustees and the President of the Philippine Society of Agricultural and Biosystems Engineers, Engineer Teodoro C. Eleda. Sir?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Tanya. Thank you, Ms. Tanya. It is my honor to introduce our next speaker. Engineer Yao Chao Fong has more than 20 years working experience, mainly on a large and a reputable consultant firm. He has established his own M&E consultancy practice, Dorian Professional Sendirian Berhad, since 2011. His exposure includes mainly on large-scale electrical systems designed for various types of buildings, plants, and aviation industries. His experience include design, implementation, and contracting for electrical building services of various types of buildings, from specialized building to high-rise building, both locally and overseas. Engineer Yao plays an extensive active role in the Institution of Engineers Malaysia, IEM, the primary organization encompassing the professionals in engineering in Malaysia. He has been involved in IEM since 2001, currently the Vice President of the Board. Engineer Yao is the organizing chairman of the upcoming IEM Convention Engineer 2022. His activeness in engineering fraternity further amplified through his involvement in ASEAN level. He is currently the ASEAN Engineer Registry AER Head Commissioner under ASEAN Federation of Engineering Organizations, APEO, where he advocates the mobility of engineers within Asian countries. He has been invited to share his inspirational message on ASEAN engineer role around ASEAN and as far as Middle East. Please welcome our next speaker, Engineer Yao Chang Fong.
Thank you to the moderator and of course introducer of me. Of course, a very good afternoon, good evening or good morning to fellow PTC members. Of course, a very good afternoon to my good friend, Engineer Federico Monsada, Engineer Romulo, my mentor, Engineer Rocky Wong from Malaysia, as well as also other distinguished speakers today from other parts of the world. Today, I'm representing the RFU as well as also the AER to share with you our initiative in the ASEAN region in mobility of ASEAN engineers. Now, before we start, maybe I'll just share with you a little bit fun facts of RFU for those who are not knowing what is RFU about. RFU is a non-governmental body created mainly to promote goodwill, mutual understanding, and standards for the engineering profession with the objective of facilitating mobility of engineers in the ASEAN countries. Now, RFU has been established since 1982, and every year we have our Conference of ASEAN Federation of Engineering Organizations, CAFEO, which is one of the highlights of RFU's establishment. Now, this year we'll be celebrating our 40th year of anniversary as well. Now, since 1982, of course, we have actually established RFU and also CAFEO Conference. Now, in 1998, RFU actually set up the ASEAN Engineers Register to register ASEAN engineers. Now, in 2002, we are also proud that the Southeast Asia nation, we are able to actually get the 10 countries to be members of AER and RFU. And in 2011, AER being named as ASEAN Engineers Register has been renamed to ASEAN Engineering Register to reflect the various other categories of engineering as well. Now, AER and U, and of course, when we look at RFU and AER, we look at three main components and objectives. First, to look at the mobility of engineers and engineering within the ASEAN countries. Secondly, we also promote the formulation of policies, standards, and guidelines within our ASEAN region. And thirdly, to identify common roles within our ASEAN region as well. Now, up to date, we have 10,754 members registered with the ASEAN Engineering Register. And I'm proud to also announce Philippines PTC has 3,046 members under AER, which is comprises one of the bigger components and components of AER itself. Congratulations, PTC, and it's been growing tremendously as well under the leadership of Engineer Federico Mansoda to actually recruit ASEAN engineers, like what I think mentioned earlier, not only in Philippines itself, but also in the Middle East region as well. Now, of course, when we look at the numbers that we had, 10,754, is that what we want? Is it nearing to our target? No. We have done some survey earlier last year. There are potential future engineers in ASEAN is about 4.5 million. So we are very far behind, and we felt that there is potential for us to grow as well in terms of our numbers as well. So we are working very hard together with all our 10 countries to actually look at how we can actually entice more people to join the AER itself. Now, of course, mentioned earlier, AER has different kinds of membership, including the ASEAN engineers, the Associate ASEAN engineers for graduate engineers, ASEAN Engineering Technologies, Associate ASEAN Engineering Technologies, ASEAN Technicians, as well as also Associate ASEAN Technicians. So 6 categories in the AER registration. Now, why AER? I think this has been actually mentioned by Engineer Fred as well as also Mr. Craig as well earlier. And of course, I do it in a very summarized manner. Now, in terms of stages of engineering career, I believe there will be a few stages. Stage 1, where you graduated with a degree. Stage 2, you register with the local engineering council or regulatory bodies. And stage 3 is what we are looking for. We're going for international recognition after you have stage 1 and stage 2. So that's where we are, where we want to register AER or ASEAN engineers within the ASEAN countries. Now let us look at the AER benefits and of course our programs and of course activities as well done throughout the year and throughout these years as well in AER and AFIO. Now, in terms of AER, we look at the benefits that it will actually provide a bigger market for expertise and experts within the ASEAN region. As you know, you can actually export your services within the ASEAN region. We are also looking at the better employment prospects for graduate engineers. Now, we are looking at Malaysian engineers will not need to just work in Malaysia. It could be employment in Manila or in Singapore or even in Bangkok and so forth. So better employment prospects. Third, we are also looking at greater avenue for sharing of knowledge, expertise, and technology. As I mentioned earlier, we have 10,754 members. There are plenty of opportunities for the engineers to share their knowledge, expertise, and technology within the membership. Fourth, we are also looking at how AER can increase related business potential within the ASEAN region. Fifth, AER also wanted to look at how we can actually widen our network and of course strategic alliances between the ASEAN countries. And last but not least, we are also not forgetting the academicians or those who are in universities. AER provides a potential in research and development and joint research and development within the universities in ASEAN as well. Now, AER is also embarking on a membership database. And in fact, we're going to launch this at the end of the year, where AER members can actually update their specialization and expertise via our online platform. So this is the online platform that we're going to launch by end of the year, where we call it Find the Right Engineer. So by having this platform, engineers within ASEAN, within the community, can actually search experts in ASEAN, for example, from Malaysia, from Manila, from Cambodia and all that, in various specialization expertise as well. For example, if you want to search a Malaysian engineer who are in electrical, who are actually doing electrical distribution, or automation, you can actually search in our website, and of course, you can actually contact them as well. So this is actually in place, hopefully by end of the year. Now, AER also look at updating the engineering capabilities. We need to say we organize webinars and sharing session, and all these webinars and sharing sessions is by experts all around the ASEAN country, where we share our knowledge and of course technical expertise within our ASEAN countries as well. Now, one of the trademark of AFIO and AER is, as I mentioned earlier, 40 years, is how we promote the culture and professional links. So with that, we hold yearly CAFIO, the Conference of ASEAN Federation of Engineering Organization, and we rotate among members. So each country would actually organize this particular yearly event. Now, of course, the last 2 years, the pandemic has hit hard on the ASEAN countries. That does not deter us from actually doing CAFIO virtually, and we had held 2 CAFIO virtually in Hanoi, and of course, last year was in Brunei. And this year, we're going to have 2 more events upcoming, and we invite all of you to join. So we have our the midterm review meeting in Malaysia, in Johor Bahru, in August 2022. And not to forget, in the finale of this year, CAFIO 40, 6 to 9 December in Phnom Penh. So we invite ASEAN engineers or even other international delegates to come over and of course mingle and of course exchange ideas in this particular event. Now, AFIO and AER also talks about engineering practice and standards. So this is to complement the various international agreements that have been actually carried out. So we actually do standards, and we look at working groups. We actually initiate working groups and steering committees to look at the development of common standards in ASEAN. So in AFIO and AER, we have the working groups, for example, like the disaster preparedness, mitigation management, energy, environmental, sustainable cities, and of course, we also have our women engineers and of course our young engineers. Okay, not to forget, we also set up the engineering inspectors working group as well, which includes building inspectors, electrical, boilers, and of course manufacturing, which looks into certification, which looks into registering the experts within our ASEAN region in certain subjects. So of course, this has been growing, and we have the ASEAN engineering inspectors. So we look at training, we look at certification, and of course, registering the experts within our ASEAN region. Okay. Of course, AER, or AFIO, also looks at how we can enhance the wealth of ASEAN and mobilize our engineers. We have been talking about that within ASEAN region. And of course, we want to recognize them within this region. So we have a lot of networking programs. For example, we call it ASEAN Business Chat for Engineering, ABC4E. And this has been very well done for the last 2 years, although within this pandemic, we can't travel to each country. So we had virtual meetings, we had virtual exhibitions, and of course, virtual sharing as well within the ASEAN engineers. Okay? And of course, we also work with ASEAN counterparts, for example, ACE, the ASEAN Center of Energy, to churn out some joint activities and joint research and joint programs as well. Okay? And one of the trademark of AER, or ASEAN engineers, is of course the recognition. Okay, we give members the medal and certificate. These are the medals and certificate. We have medals presentation. I'm sure I'm always like to actually mention this. PTC has been very supportive in that. Last year, I think we had more than 10 certificate presentation via virtual platform as well, organized by PTC. So this is one of them, virtual certificate presentation, and we're going to continue with this tradition to give out certificates and of course medals to honor the recognition of ASEAN engineers. Okay, and up next, we're going to come out with our membership card as well, AER membership cards for our members, so that they can enjoy benefits within our ASEAN institutions. Okay, and not to forget, AER also looks at latest efforts where we look at 4 components: social media, membership, how to increase the membership as well, how to increase the business opportunities, and of course, creating more engineering standards and inspection requirements. Okay, so we have our social media in terms of LinkedIn, Facebook as well, and we are growing that. And of course, we are trying to do more roadshows to encourage the remaining 4.5 million engineers to join us. And of course, we have our business chat sessions. We would embark on our exhibitions after the pandemic to visit and of course conduct roadshows within the ASEAN region. And of course, we are going to churn out more expert groups. We have 4 now. We hope that we can churn out more expert groups within the engineering field so that we can actually benefit and of course create more experts within the ASEAN region. So why ASEAN? I believe my motto for the last 2 years is we want to ASEANize the engineers in ASEAN. And of course, the opportunities are there for the ASEAN region. This is actually a slide given by our Malaysian Trade Commission, where we look at the opportunities in ASEAN. We have lots of opportunities within this region. And of course, we have a lot of, I think, mentioned by Engineer Rocky, Engineer Fred Monsada as well. We have also mutual recognition agreements within ASEAN, and of course the civil societies like us who are actually supporting them. Okay, and of course the key points for stronger collaboration is in ASEAN we have similarities in business, culture, tradition, and understanding. We are multiracial, we are multi-language and multi-skills. We are experienced and reliable partners, and we have also strong ASEAN government supports as well. Okay, so AER at a glance, we will continue to have roadshows, stakeholder management meetings, seminars, webinars, visits, exhibitions, and so forth to create the opportunity of mobility among our ASEAN region. Now, last but not least, some way forward. Now, we have heard also from the earlier speakers on the collaboration and partnership. So again, AER and AFIO is also looking at how to outreach for the future engineering. So we definitely hope that we can work closely with partners in region and beyond. Of course, with IPA, with ITA, and of course with ACPE, and of course FIAP, and of course every other regional organization as well. And in particular, I think Engineer Rocky has also mentioned, we are in the same side of the coin. It's time for us to look at how we can collaborate with ACPE, and of course utilize the current MRAs that we have, and of course to move forward and look at how we can actually benefit from RCEP as well. Okay, and way forward as well, we look at increasing the AER membership, and of course we look at how we can mobilize the ASEAN engineers. And of course, Engineer Fred has also mentioned the foremost of mobility is there, it's already defined, and it's time for us to look at the four modes, not only physically, but of course virtually, where some of the modes do not need us to be present in those countries. So these are the things that we actually look at, and these are the way forward that I hope we actually suggesting in the coming AER meetings and so forth. So with that, thank you once again, PTC, for having me here today on behalf of AFIO and AER. And we definitely look forward to work together and to realize our dreams together in mobility of engineers, not only in ASEAN, but internationally as well. So once again, thank you, and happy World Engineers Day as well to all of you. Thank you.
And thank you as well. That was the AER Head Commissioner, Engineer Yao Chow Fong. Thank you so much once again, Engineer Fong. And may I call him back in the spotlight? Sorry about that. May I call him back in the spotlight for the Certificate of Appreciation, which I will be reading right about now. So the Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Engineer Yao Chow Fong for being the honored speaker during the virtual PTC Engineering Summit webinar in celebration of the World Engineering Day 2022 with the theme Regional Partnerships Unlocked, Harnessing the Value of Engineering Mobility on March 25, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. via Zoom, given on the same date in Manila, Philippines, signed by the PTC IRC Chair and Country Registrar, Engineer Romulo R. Agatep, and the President of PTC, Engineer Federico A. Monsada. All right, maraming salamat po once again to Engineer Yao Chow Fong. So to our dear participants, we hope you have found the speeches from our four distinguished speakers to be informative, stimulating, and engaging. So to our speakers, we are immensely grateful for sharing your expertise and for the professional enrichment. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation, and we hope to have you once again in our future webinars. Now, for the meantime, we are going to have a 5-minute break. So stretch a bit, perhaps grab some coffee and do the necessary, because when we return, we will hear more affirmations from 6 professionals in various engineering fields. And of course, we are also going to have the panel discussion, and you'll get to see and hear once again our 3 international speakers. So 5-minute break for all of us. We will be right back. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are still in the PTC World Engineering Day 2022 Engineering Summit webinar. So at this juncture, we are now going to proceed with the testimonies from APEC and ASEAN engineers and how their affiliation made an impact on their professional growth, development, and practice. So for this afternoon, we are going to have 6 attestants to speak on their engineering journey. And our first speaker is Engineer Gurley G. Berber. Engineer Berber has over 31 years of experience of combined engineering design and construction engineering involvement, of which 9 years in the Philippines and the remaining 22 years in the USA. She has over 25 years of construction engineering project management experience over a wide range of projects involving heavy highway and bridge construction, road improvement, sewer and water facilities improvements, transit facilities and park and rides, major commercial, residential, and industrial developments, as well as governmental structures and intelligent transportation system infrastructure improvements. Engineer Gurley also has over 6 years of experience in the USA performing urban land development with civil design, including roadway infrastructure site grading, utility design, signage and striping layouts, street lights, traffic design, and cost estimates. Engineer Gurley has worked on different stages and functions of the project and construction management involving design, procurement, construction, and post-construction phases, which incorporated the aspects of cost, time, contract, quality, and safety management. Having an engineering design background applied in the construction side of the business immensely helped Gurley to efficiently provide quality and excellent engineering decisions. As a senior project construction manager, Ms. Berber has a track record of ensuring projects are delivered to the highest quality, on time, and within budget by effectively organizing, managing, and utilizing all resources. A graduate of BS Civil Engineering degree from Technological University of the Philippines, Engineer Gurley is affiliated in various engineering societies, associations, and organizations in the USA, most notable of which is her being the president of PIE's USA chapter. She is a licensed civil engineer, a certified construction manager, an APEC engineer, and a Nevada professional engineer. Let us give a warm welcome to Engineer Gurley G. Berber.
Hi, good morning. Actually, it's good morning here in United States. It's 1:30 a.m. So I'm having fun here seeing all of you guys. Good day. Good evening, good afternoon to all the speakers, the panelists, and to all of you who joined us during the celebration of World Engineering Day. I'm here right now to talk about my journey as an APEC engineer and how it helped me actually be more successful in my profession. Let us say, I should start that, saying that, is international reciprocity even possible? I didn't know about international reciprocity before, but just like, what I was, somebody had told earlier that I'm a licensed engineer in US and I moved here in licensed engineer in Philippines and I moved here in Las Vegas, Nevada, the capital of all the gambling here in United States. But here in US, it's totally different. I was basically had the experience. I have vast knowledge. I have ability and success of handling multi-million projects, but I'm still not recognized as a professional engineer unless I take the required test by United States, which is the fundamentals of engineering, and also the professional engineer. So there's 2 tests. Here in US, for some of you, not unless you have that 2-letter word next to your name, it's kind of hard as far as your promotion. And because of that, it impeded the opportunity of my professional growth, recognition, and therefore the promotion is very limited. I thought at that time, if I'm a licensed engineer in Philippines, have this vast experience, that should be enough to get recognized and to get reciprocity and to be able to practice my profession in US, but I was wrong. I know so many of Filipino engineers, tried several avenues to get reciprocity, but failed and gave up. So 5 to 6 years ago, I told myself, I needed to get promoted. I needed to, make a betterment of my career. So I said, okay, this is what United States require me to do. I'm gonna take the PE test, professional engineer test, in state of Nevada, so I could be a license and practice my civil engineering profession. Luckily, that time, 5 to 6 years ago, I met Miss Patty Mamola. She is the executive director of Nevada State Board of Professional Engineer and Land Surveyor. And at that time, I didn't know that she was the executive deputy chair, APEC Executive Committee deputy chair of APEC. During the conversation, I mentioned that I was hoping that there's a program available out there, regarding international reciprocity. And then she looked at me and says, "Girlie, have you heard about engineering mobility through APEC International Engineer Registry?" And I said, "No, I have not heard about it. I know nothing about it, and nor I know the people to talk to, nor the process." And then Miss Patty Mamola looked at me and said, why don't you look it up? Because APEC agreement recognizes substantial equivalence of competent standard professional engineer within APEC economy countries, and which Philippines is a member of. She told me at that time, if I can get approved and become a registered APEC engineer, then there is a possibility of reciprocity, or what they call it here, international committee, and I could practice, my profession. And I says, really? Is that possible? It says, you look it up. So that's the start of my journey. And it's not an easy journey, because trying to navigate from the beginning how it's being done, it's hard, especially if you don't know where you're going. And you go, the beauty of it is it's all available in the website. And also at the same time, through that, I was able to communicate with a lot of people like Engineer Fred Monsada, the previous vice president of PICE, Engineer Lickup, and I have Engineer Romulo Agatep, so Romulo, and they've been very, very helpful and trying for me to navigate all this pathway. I guess you could say that knowledge is power, and this knowledge and information that I found changed not only my life, but others as well. What I did, I ran with this information and moving forward. In 2019, I became the first Filipino civil engineer working in the US to be registered as an APEC engineer. And just like what Engineer Fred had said, having an APEC engineer is a recognition. You have to move another level in order to get your license or to practice. So because of that, I navigated everything, and luckily, through dedication and perseverance, I became the first APEC US engineer who received international reciprocity in the United States, and that's in Nevada. Unfortunately, here in US, there's 50 different states, so you have different states of different legislation. So as of now, we're trying to get other states to get a reciprocity, but for now, it's only instead of Nevada. But the good thing is, here in state of Nevada, if you are a registered professional engineer, you could get a reciprocity in Canada because they have an interlocal agreement. So that becomes totally different. If I decide to go to Canada, then yeah, I could get my license over there too. So what I'm trying to say to everybody, especially our engineers out there, this information is available and being provided to all of you guys, free to everyone. Let's hold into this information, but not only hold into this information, and let's act on it. Because this information is given freely to everybody. We just have to grab it and run with it. And thank you so much to APEC Agreements through International Engineering Registry and the unwavering assistance of the Philippine Technological Council. I was able to change my path. Being an APEC engineer opened a new door for me in global marketplace. It allowed me to practice my profession in an APEC engineer economic country, which is the United States, without having to undertake further examination. Imagine, you've been practicing for 20 years, 25 years, 15 years, and you could still practice your, be a licensee. But because of being an APEC engineer, that actually gave me an opportunity to jump a different level, get at that different level. So to date, several Filipino APEC engineers here in the United States were granted reciprocity and professional license to practice their profession. Being an APEC engineer has many advantages. Again, just like I said, it opened doors of opportunity for me. Because I'm an APEC engineer, I was able to become a PE license and put that two-letter, initial PE next to my name. I get promoted, not only once, but twice. Promotion comes with, of course, monetary compensation. So you have a better career, more money, and then at the same token, you are being recognized. As of today, a lot of, because one of the things that I've been doing, just like I said, is I actually started I was the founder of Philippine Institute of Civil Engineer in the United States. 4 years ago, when I first learned about this, I told my friends, come on, let's do it. Let's help each other and try to navigate together about this APEC engineer registry. So now a lot of members are trying to become an APEC engineer, and soon there will be more will become an APEC engineer. And not only here in Nevada, state of Nevada. When I first started the PIC USA, we're only 1321. Now we are more than 100, and we are now in 15 different states. Just like I said, US has 50 different states. And then on top of that, we are also in Guam, in American Samoa. I think that's the two US territory that we have right now. So we are trying to show to other Filipino engineers what APEC, APEC Engineer Registry is, and at the same token, trying to help them also navigate this path that I had. So, because this is not only for me, it's for everybody. So, just like I said, having an APEC engineer, and then later on, if you go to different countries, you will get this license to practice your engineering degree. That is a great opportunity for everyone. And having an APEC engineer, you are accepted not only by my company, but here I'm a very active member of ASC, Association of Civil Engineers, wherein there's a lot of companies, international company, member of international company comes and join this organization. So now they're seeing, oh, yeah, there's a Filipino engineer working in my company. I want you guys to help them, navigate the APEC. I want them to get their PE also. So that's what we've been trying to do. And most of all, we are putting, here in US, we are putting Filipino civil engineers in the map, in the United States, map in US, saying that, hey, we have very competent and engineers, civil engineers here in US. So our country is getting promoted. And most of all, we are getting more respect and acceptance, knowing that Filipino engineers are extraordinary engineers, and we are the engineers to reckon with. To all engineers who are pursuing to get their APEC, International Engineer Registry, it is really a great way for global mobility and professional marketability, especially that we know that a lot of engineers are not only in Philippines, but they go everywhere. As you could see on the map, we are in the Middle East, we are in Asia, we're in the Pacific, So most of the engineers are outside the country. And this is a great way for our professional marketability to be an APEC. Let us continue to support our respective member countries' APEC representative so that they could continue their great work and help more engineers in this endeavor. My challenge to you all is to continue to impart and share this information. I know, we have Philippine Technological Council, PICE, but it is our responsibility also as a fellow engineer to help one another, equip one another. If we know something, let's share it. Equip our engineers to get their professional standing recognized within the APEC region and be a contributor to the globalization of professional engineering services. Let us all continue to combine forces to harness the value of engineering mobility by supporting our core values, fostering excellence through engineering training, and excellent information dissemination. Again, thank you. Without PTC and other APEC member countries who continue to pursue global mobility, international reciprocity wouldn't be possible. So again, thank you. I'm hoping that this little, path that I had, I could share it with you, and you guys would move forward and acknowledge this one and make it a little example. So that's all. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you so much, Engineer Girly Burbur. I particularly love what you mentioned earlier, wherein, of course, our dreams inspire us to build a life bigger than what we have now. But of course, dreams without taking action are just, of course, dreams. And with the information readily available online, once you're qualified, act on it. You just have to act on it from dreaming to doing. There you have it. Once again, that was Engineer Girly Burbur. Ma'am, thank you so much for staying late for us. And may you have a good night at your end.
Good morning.
Okay. Good morning. Yeah, good morning. Okay, there you have it. Okay, so now we're going to proceed with our next attestant. And our second speaker is Engineer Alaric P. Alcantara. Engineer Alcantara is a graduate of BS Electronics and Communications Engineering at Technological Institute of the Philippines. He is currently involved in the design and development of electronic communication systems and system infrastructure. His experience includes the design and delivery of solutions for structured cabling systems, wireless communication technologies, electronic systems, security systems, IP surveillance systems, nurse call systems, and audiovisual solutions, including master antenna television in building control systems in both small and large-scale implementations. His professional experience involves auxiliary design, project lead involvement for various types of buildings at the Zuhair Fayez Partnership Consultants in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, ELV management at Las Vegas Sands in Macau, and design management for Akada Hotel and Casino, responsible for the design and construction management of ELV ICT systems. Currently, he is the Services Design Manager for PPP Project Waikeria Prison Development at New Zealand, responsible in ensuring that the building services design conforms with the Department of Corrections operative documents and work requirements. Engineer Alcantara is a certified data center professional, an APEC engineer, a chartered member Engineering New Zealand, and international professional engineer as conferred by Engineering New Zealand. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Engineer Alaric P. Alcantara.
Hello everyone. I'm making this recording because perhaps by now I'm in the middle of my flight going home to Wellington from a business trip meeting with my client, and how I really wish to attend and share my personal experience to you. Well, in any case, I'm thankful for being invited to this prestigious event, the World Engineering Day, with the theme Regional Partnerships Unlock Harnessing the Value of Engineering Mobility. Please allow me to share my story towards my professional journey. My interest in joining the APEC and ASEAN Engineer Register started when I joined the ICEP, or the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines. And they taught me the various pathways where I can acquire several qualifications based on skills, knowledge, and experience. I was then persuaded to start my application process. It was during that time when I was determined to pursue my career in design and construction that I needed to develop and showcase my skills and experience in the field of telecommunications, ICT, and building services, design and construction. However, the real question at that time was, how can I possibly do that? While in the Philippines, if a fresh graduate engineer wanted to practice his or her profession, passing the board exam is essential. And most of our fellow engineers has these credentials. But again, the question is how? Just like everybody else who went through the process, the document preparation, writing your EPR or the engineering practice report, and eventually facing the interview panel. All of this was exciting to me. It was such an event of my life that is, I would say, unforgettable experience, especially when I finally received the letter of the result that I have passed and accepted into the engineering registry. I first entered the registry as an ASEAN and APEC engineer in 2013 and 2014, respectively. As soon as I got conferred, I was able to slowly secure several projects and gained more clients in the process. And I have to say that though I was working in a consulting company, I was also accepting consulting services as my part-time job. And it came to a point that I was already earning from my part-time work more than what I received from my salary. So perhaps it was a result of having my clients gain more confidence in me by providing them my credentials and my best service that I can offer. And perhaps maybe recommended me to more projects and opportunities. Indeed, it was an opportunity not only to earn, but most importantly, to demonstrate the level of competency and that you are capable of practicing independently of the chosen field of practice. And so fast forward, January of 2020, just before the COVID outbreak, I decided to further my education by enrolling in a graduate program in electrical engineering, major in telecommunications and networks here in New Zealand. While studying, I was able to get in touch with Engineering New Zealand regarding my intent to apply for membership, and with less than a month, I was able to gain entry into the roster of engineers. I was conferred as a chartered member of Engineering New Zealand, and it was a recognition of having demonstrated substantial equivalence through the APEC Engineer Framework. It means that our engineering degree and experience are at par with other APEC member economies. And so after spending some time studying, I was offered a role as a design manager here in New Zealand. I spent nearly 2 years working with several stakeholders, subcontractors, and consultants of different engineering disciplines. Here in New Zealand, or Aotearoa, most companies who hires engineers usually prefer to have membership from the Engineering New Zealand. There are different classes of membership, such as student member, emerging professionals for those who are about to graduate in the university. There are chartered member, and of course there are fellow for those who makes significant contributions to the engineering profession. And of course there is the distinguished and honorary fellow. Right now there is a shortage of engineering professionals here in New Zealand, and engineers are amongst the lists on Immigration New Zealand's skill shortage list. This means that the government is encouraging engineering professionals to migrate to New Zealand. And currently, I am now based in Wellington as an ICT consultant, handling several government and commercial projects, such as the construction of government schools and universities, hospitals and villages, data centers, and other government infrastructures. So, well, truly I say that the engineering mobility is already a reality. And I am, or should I say, we are the living testimony of that framework working successfully, that every engineering professional should enjoy and take advantage of. And lastly, I would like to take this opportunity to give my utmost appreciation and gratitude to the PTC organization and its leadership, PTC President Fred Monsada and PTC Country Registrar and former ICEP President Engineer Romia Gatep for inspiring me to acquire my engineering qualifications as an APEC and ASEAN engineer, and now a chartered member of Engineering New Zealand. Once again, thank you and mabuhay po kayong lahat. Ngamihi.
Thank you as well. That was Engineer Alaric P. Alcantara. So moving right along to our third speaker. Our next speaker is Engineer Marielito Perpetua. Engineer Perpetua is a registered civil engineer and master plumber by the Professional Regulation Commission. Internationally, he is an ASEAN engineer specializing in construction engineering and an APEC engineer specializing in construction management. He is also a member of PIE's UAE chapter, Project Management Institute, and Toastmaster International. He completed his bachelor's degree in civil engineering from the University of Southeastern Philippines and is currently taking up his master's degree in construction management in Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Engineer Perpetua is currently working for Stantec UK at Dubai, UAE as resident engineer, specializing in construction project management, managing several multi-million-dollar water and infrastructure projects. Working as a resident engineer for the past 6 years, he successfully managed several multi-million-dollar projects covering 3 sewer treatment plants with pumping stations and gravity sewer collection system, including the company's multi-awarded winning project, AMAS STP, in the Kingdom of Bahrain with 6 MEED awards. Currently, Engineer Perpetua is managing multiple major water and infrastructure projects in the UAE. These projects are part of the strategic water projects with Etihad Water and Electricity, with an approximate value of 3 billion AED, which includes drinking water storage, pumping stations, and distribution systems. Let us give a virtual applause to Engineer Marielito L. Perpetua.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. To our PTC President Engineer Federico Monsada, our PTC Board of Trustees, distinguished guests, fellow ASEAN engineers, and fellow APEC engineers, good afternoon. First of all, I want to say thank you for inviting me into this prestigious event. It is such an honor to be invited to speak to you here today as we celebrate the World Engineering Day. Let me start my speech with a powerful quote by Napoleon Hill. Whatever your mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. I would like to start my story, or let us say testimony, 7 years back when I started to work as a senior engineer for MWH Global, now part of Stantec, in one of our biggest sewer treatment plant project in Bahrain. Although I've got 2 professional licenses back in Philippines as registered master plumber and a registered civil engineer, which I think it's perfect for water engineering projects, I still struggle a lot in proving the equivalency and recognition of my qualification to the international arena or marketplace. In some of the country, they don't recognize my licenses and qualification, actually. For this reason, most of the engineers are from the European and Western countries are the one who was given a chance to work in the managerial and leadership roles, starting from senior engineers, assistant resident engineers, up to resident engineers or consultant managers. The fact that the client is willing to pay a good price for this position to the consultancy, they've got all the rights in the world to demand high standard of qualification, which is recognized internationally. No wonder why one of the Filipino engineer who happens to be a friend of mine says that my position is only temporary due to the high qualification requirements. That was 7 years back. However, in my mind, I truly believe that my experience, my work ethics, my technical skills and leadership skills is more than enough for the project. So I work hard and maintain my composure until I was given a chance to work as the acting resident engineer. Fortunately, I met one of my mentor who introduced me to the journey of ASEAN Engineering Register in the person of Engineer Tracy Bustamante. I told him about my story and situation at work, and he gave me his full support and guidance until I got my ASEAN Engineering registration and the APEC Engineering registration as well. I also shared my my career goal to my company, and that I want to become a professional engineer or an APEC engineer 7 years back. So I took my formal engineering classes and training in project management, in risk management, schedule management, contract management to hone further my skill and my knowledge and my expertise. After showing my hard work, my strong desire and impressive work ethics and impressive contribution to the project, the client accepted me as the resident engineer, and I was promoted by my company as the resident engineer for the project, the youngest and the first Filipino resident engineer in our company. The project was successfully completed with 6 MEED award. Those are prestigious award way back 2019. On the same year, Stantec both MWH Global. So now the competition becomes more crucial. A lot of the engineers lose their job. Some was terminated. Other than myself, we've got numbers of APEC engineers as well in the company. One is our senior project manager from America and our director from New Zealand. And some are design engineers working in the other continent. As of now, for almost 7 years, despite of the crisis and pandemic, I'm still working for Stantec here in Dubai, UAE, as consultant manager, managing and leading numbers of multi-million-dollar project. So sometimes they call me the troublemaker and the troubleshooter. I think my story proves the importance of definite desire. That if you want something and you work hard, definitely you will succeed. And exhibits a good leadership skills, including excellence in continuous engineering education, the importance of that, the accreditation, our practices and services, and most especially the value of engineering mobility. Nowadays, we need to survive. With regards to monetary compensation, well, I cannot disclose mine, but however, it is not bad at all. It's a good one. All right. Why I tried to mention this, maybe some of you are wondering why I want to include this in my testimonial. Well, the fact is most of us wish to get more increase in our income or compensation. The main reason why we want to be accredited and to be a part of this prestigious organization. However, only few of us are willing to pay the price, to do the extra mile, spend effort on resources in continuous engineering education, and increase our value in the marketplace. So always remember, we can have more than we've got because we can become more than we are. Once again, thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. I am humbled and honored to be here. Happy World Engineering Day. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you as well. And that was Engineer Marielito L. Perpetua. Very powerful and passionate speech from Engineer Perpetua.
Thank you so much.
Our fourth speaker is Engineer Sunny G. Andalis. Engineer Sunny Andalis is the current Senior Executive BIM Manager of Sorbana Jurong, Singapore. He is a registered civil engineer in the Philippines and Malaysia, and an ASEAN engineer with a professional focus in transport engineering with 20 years combined experience in government service, digital delivery rail, water, and airport engineering, and has worked for Jacobs, AECOM, Building and Construction Authority, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, and CPG, respectively. Let us give a warm welcome to Engineer Sunny G. Andalis.
Hello, can you hear?
Yes, loud and clear, sir.
Oh, okay, so I was tasked by, I was invited basically to give a testimonial of my experience. So far, this thing started, I think, 7 years ago or 8 years ago, similar to others. I worked in the Philippines for 5 years, 2 years in a local consulting company, and 3 years in LRT, Line 1, capacity expansion. So I was with Sumitomo and MHI, joint venture for the Yellow Line extension to Cavite. Yeah. And then back then, after 5 years working in the Philippines, I decided to work in Singapore. And then I met Engineer Monsada from PTC. I was part of PICE Singapore chapter. After his workshop, actually, I submitted my ASEAN engineer application for like 2 weeks, after 2 weeks after the workshop. So it was really fast, and then managed to get it, and then happy to get the ASEAN engineer. How did it help in my profession? So I moved from the private sector at the time. I moved to the public sector. I was part of the Building and Construction Authority, similar to city engineers in the Philippines. So I was actually a civil servant in Singapore. So it actually helps a lot because your skills are recognized. I think the next part will be the ACPE or the ACPE, ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer. At the time, I was actually working for a consulting company as a structural engineer, and we have projects, airport projects in Vietnam, Brunei, Pakistan, and Singapore. At the time, I was actually doing Terminal 3 in Singapore. So I decided to apply to ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer because I think, we have projects in Vietnam and Brunei. So I said might as well apply to it and then submit my engineering qualifications to the client in Vietnam and in Brunei. So after that, I applied. Obviously, I got the ASEAN Chartered Professional. And then it was helpful because on my next job in AECOM, I was the B manager for the Kuala Lumpur Singapore High Speed Rail. So the ACPE or the ASEAN Chartered Professional certification is very helpful because we have collaboration with our colleagues in Malaysia, AECOM Malaysia. And then I actually registered in the Board of Engineers Malaysia. So I think I was number 7 from the list of their registered foreign professional engineer. Yeah, so I have a registration in the Philippines originally, and then I managed to register also in Malaysia. So now, actually, last year I submitted my application to Thailand in collaboration with AIT, because we collaborated a lot when I was still in school with the Asian Institute of Technology in Bangkok. So I'm submitting my RFPE, my registration foreign professional PE in Thailand. Yeah. In terms of salary, I also don't want to declare, but for my last salary when I was in the government sector, I easily doubled it. So now I'm more than that actually. So maybe 120% increase. so yeah, it's good. It's good monetary wise. It's good because you're basically at par. So when you are given a job offer, they would benchmark you to your local counterpart or your counterpart in the country that you're working. Let's just say I'm based in Singapore, but I have a project in Malaysia. So it's really important that you have international qualification. The last part that I would like to discuss is more on the APEC engineer, because I'm in the middle of it. So I submitted last year, July of 2021. Yeah, I delayed it for a very long time. Actually, I have an APEC application form every year, from 2016, 17, 18, 19, and I finally submitted it last year. The motivation was I intend to migrate to either Australia or New Zealand, and what our previous speaker just said, it's really helpful because if you want to be assessed, there are 2 pathways. You can either do the competency demonstration report pathway, which is similar to the APR or the engineering practice report done in APEC, or you can go to the international PE pathway. So I think it's much easier, much cheaper, obviously. Yeah, so I decided to apply last year. I have yet to be interviewed, so hopefully PTC can schedule my interview. But yeah, so APEC engineer is really important because so for me, specifically for migration, it would be very helpful if the Engineers Australia or Engineers New Zealand can recognize my skill, and then when I migrate, I will be a chartered engineer. Yeah. So many thanks to PTC. They are very helpful. The application process is very painful, but I think you just have to follow it, and the benefits is really substantial. That's all I can say, and I am a living testimony of that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Sunny and Dallas. And I particularly love what you mentioned, apart from the professional development, of course, the monetary prospects and benefits as a consequence of aiming for international engineering practice is very appealing indeed. All right, thank you so much, Engineer Sunny. And we're gonna move right on to our 5th speaker. Our 5th speaker is Engineer Arnel T. Bernardino. Engineer Bernardino, an ASEAN engineer, is an engineer 2 of the Department of Public Works and Highways, Regional Office 11, assigned in the Maintenance Division. He supervises various infrastructure projects such as multipurpose building, evacuation centers, roads, bridges, flood control, and other horizontal and vertical projects, including maintenance roads and bridges. He has been in government service for almost 22 years, an active member of PICE and Davao City chapter as PIO or Public Information Officer, a member of Road Engineering Association of the Philippines and Japan International Cooperation Agency scholar who studied in Road Maintenance C. Let us welcome Engineer Arnel T. Bernardino. Sir?
to the officials and directors of the Association of Southeast ASEAN Nation Engineers, and my co-Asian engineers, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am Engineer Arnel Bernardino, 51 years old and representing the country, Philippines. I am employee of Department of Public Courts and Highways in Region 11, Davao City, serving as project engineer to various infrastructure projects. I started my journey as member of the ASEAN Engineers on April 19, 2022 at Luxent Hotel, Quezon City. At the beginning, I did not realize that the accreditation would elevate me to another level in my career as a civil engineer, even though that being an ASEAN engineer is well recognized. The accreditation did not influence myself to be a different person. I am just working on my assignments in the field and even more focus in enhancing my leadership and management skills. Honestly, I am proud and my morale was uplifted, including self-worth as a person, as a recipient of ASEAN Engineer. This gives me challenge and aim higher responsibility to prove that I'm worthy being an ASEAN engineer. I am also motivated with the accreditation, aiming for perfection in my work to bring honor to the association where I am now a part of it. A part of my inspiration is to be humble and be a help to those who needs guidance in pursuing career in civil engineering. It is my fervent prayer that we will continue to be connected with one another as one family, to be united in this field. Once again, good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Engineer Arnel T. Bernardino. And finally, we are moving on to our sixth speaker. And our final speaker is the Honorable Engineer Sid P. Aguilera. Honorable Engineer Aguilera served as a member of the Professional Regulatory Board for Chemical Engineering for 6 years from 2016 to 2022. She is also one of the 6 ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineers in the field of chemical engineering, one of the 3 APEC chemical engineers, and an ASEAN engineer. She was recognized as one of the 2019 Inspiring Filipino Women Engineers by the PTC Women Engineers Network and was conferred by the Philippine Institute of Chemical Engineers as an internationally recognized chemical engineer in 2021. Also, Engineer Aguilera is a recipient of a Competent Toastmasters Award and the Board of Chemical Engineering Awards of Recognition. Engineer Aguilera, an MBA holder, finished BS Chemical Engineering at the University of Santo Tomas and got the 9th place in the 1978 Chemical Engineering Licensure Examinations. Engineer Aguilera was a Philippine Quality Award Assessor for 5 consecutive cycles from 2007 to 2011 and worked in San Miguel Corporation, where she gained 35 years of quality and productivity and food safety work experience. She is active with the Philippine Institute of Chemical Engineers, where she served as secretary and then treasurer for 4 consecutive terms in the National Board of Directors. She is a member of the Women's Engineer Network of the Philippine Technological Council and was one of the Board of Trustees of Philippine Metrology Standards, Testing, and Quality. She served as 2021 Board Treasurer of Philippine Association of Professional Regulatory Boards, Incorporated. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Engineer Sid P. Aguilera.
Thank you for that kind words. Can I share my screen?
Go right ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Testimonial for me who hadn't been working abroad, hard for me to do it. So good day to everyone. I have a problem. Can you hear me? I leave first.
Yes. Yes, Ma'am Sid, we can hear you.
Okay, I think Engineer Sid is experiencing a bit of a technical difficulty, and she mentioned she will be reconnecting with us. But anyway, I hope our participants and our attendees are finding our World Engineering Day Summit or session informative and at the same time inspirational, because I am enjoying and just as delighted as you are. In fact, I can see your chats, and our very active and very dynamic president of PTC is the one answering personally answering the questions posted in the Q&A box. And may I encourage others, because after our talk, after Ma'am Sid is the last speaker or attestant, after that, we are going to have or move directly to our panel discussion. So Ma'am Sid, I can hear her. Hi, ma'am.
Okay, wait, I'll have to screen share again.
All right. Perfect. We can see your screen, ma'am.
Okay. Good day, everyone. Having not able to work abroad, it's rather hard for me to how would I go about this mutual recognition with regards to harnessing the value of engineering mobility. But I will present to you my chemical engineering journey. As a young chemical engineer, I had the first recognition as chemical engineer in 1979, but the board was taken in October 1978. And I was able to work with San Miguel Corporation for 35 years. And after 35 years, that's my title. Engineer Sid Bertoliado Aguilera, I just married. That's only my title that I had. So with the goal of pursuing activities of the Philippine Institute of Chemical Engineers as National Board Treasurer, I applied as a CN engineer in 2015 and was conferred with the said title. And this recognition boosted my morals, knowing that I am at par with the counterparts in the region. Then, after about 8 months, in March 8 of 2016, I was sworn to office as member of the Professional Regulatory Board for Chemical Engineer and was given the title Honorable Sid Bertoliado Aguilera, CHE ASEAN Engineer. After knowing that ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer is being conferred by the Professional Regulation Commission with PTC and the Department of Education, I readily applied and was able to submit required documents on time for the face-to-face interview panel and was conferred with the title ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer, and Filipino ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer. So it prolonged my name tag. Then this is a government-to-government mutual recognition system. And after knowing there is another recognition system that involves more countries, regions, I prepared the documents for the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation Engineer Accreditation. And I was motivated by Engineer Fred Monsada and Engineer Romy, as well as my friend, Engineer Amy Reyes. Though this was more detailed and tedious, I spent time to accomplish the application report and had to edit as required. What else? Realizing that I'm in constant communication with chemical engineers with master's and PhD degrees, I decided to continue my pursuit of a degree of master's in business administration, which I started in 1979. That was 4 decades ago and was given only a year, 2019, to complete additional requirements. Thus, I now have a master's degree attached to my name. And last year, I was conferred by PICHE as an internationally recognized chemical engineer. So it prolonged the attachments in my name. I may not have the recognition such as the awards, certifications for developing a technology and invention, as Engineer Nuna Almanzor is, a commendation for contributions to the community, as Dr. Lawrence Bello is, or as a recognition for exemplary performance in field of specialization, as Dr. Nathan Dugos is for outstanding researcher in biotechnology, nor the recognition for outstanding professional of the year in the field of chemical engineering, nor the recognition of Dr. Rex Dumafelis as the 9th PFPA Distinction Awardee for Chemical Engineering, nor that of Dr. Linji Tansinsin's World Federation of Engineering Organizations for Outstanding Engineer. However, the mutual recognition conferment was the recognitions that I have, and all these 4 recognition titles. We cannot all be conferred with such recognitions as I mentioned before, but with mutual recognition-based agreements, we can be recognized based on our respective fields of expertise or experience, as what happened to me. Note that this recognitions recognizes equivalences in qualifications, as mentioned earlier, at par with professionals in other countries and organizations with mutual recognition agreement, facilitating the mobility of engineers and facilitate trade in engineering services between participating economies. And this makes us proud to be conferred with that international recognition, the opportunity to be the preferred choice by employers in respective fields of expertise. And we gain the respect, which generates a high level of respect from colleagues and other stakeholders or beneficiaries. And I thank you all, my colleagues, for the countless blessings received from the Lord to other stakeholders. And with this, which facilitates mobility of engineers, I'm looking forward to going to American Samoa. As I heard from Engineer Gurley that they are accepting APIC engineers there. So, and the partners for engineering and the partners for mutual recognition harness the value of engineering mobility. With this, I personally experienced the opportunity to have professional standing recognized and the added value to professional career when working and practicing the profession. Actually, in PRC, aside from being a professional regulatory board for chemical engineering, I was I was helping them with their quality management systems. And it's definitely an advantage of opportunities to enhance competitiveness and employment opportunities. This I experienced. It increased my productivity. It motivated me to hit personal targets and achieve own professional goals to better our best. It's helped me feel engaged and work harder to give me a sense of belonging. And thus, I did to better my best as Professional Regulatory Board for Chemical Engineering. And during my 6-year term, we were able to produce more than 4,000 newly licensed chemical engineers, or 61% of the total takers, producing 100 top-notchers with a 69% passing for first-time takers. As a result of me trying to better my best on being an ACPE, FA, CPE, APEC, and ASEAN engineer, I promised myself that I shall do everything for the betterment of the profession, and that the common people would understand the importance of chemical engineering profession and how our works improve our day-to-day lives. This month, I received words of acclamation, loud and enthusiastic approval, public approval and praise from stakeholders as I ended my 6-year term or journey in the Professional Regulatory Board. And I will show you some of those acclamations, words of acclamation. From here, from fellow professional regulatory boards, saying that, how could I appreciate you, Paul. You are one of those few who made sense and did not bother with beating around the bush and getting things straightforward. Another would say, for such a dedicated person and genuine person. And one would say, you are PRC's great loss, dear Sid. And the member of the Professional Regulatory Board for Accountancy said this to me: thank you very much, Sid, for serving POP-RB as the best treasurer from the Professional Regulatory Board of Accountancy. And some would say, and from the heads of units, some would say, we'll miss you, Mom. Or the other board example, ang bilis naman, Sid. Salamat sa tulong at serbisyo. And one would say, oh, they will miss a very sweet, generous lady. And our tax consultant said through text, we'll miss you and your professionalism. And from fellow chemical engineers, they said, thank you for your work as PRB in a selfless service to the chemical engineering profession. We're beyond compare. Thank you for selfless dedication to the profession. God bless you more. Truly great contributions worth a lifetime to remember, as one would say. Ang ikli naman, Ma'am, thank you for serving the CHE community as well as the PRB as PRB member. And thank you for the hard work and sacrifices you have unselfishly rendered for the betterment of the profession. Job well done. You have a great part of our journey as chemical engineers. God bless Paul. Thank you, Mom. Lalo na nung you found time to visit us here in Bicol. Thank you for being the catalyst to CHE boards. Thank you for the best service to the engineering professions. More from the fellow chemical engineers, from the NUBLA awardee, Luna Almanzor. Thank you for your excellent service as PRB. I will forever cherish your support, aiming to get the NUBLA award. Ma'am Luna Almanzor is the only NUBLA awardee chemical engineer in the Philippines. So, and one would say, salamat po ma'am sa selfless service. Malaking improvement ng CHE profession at nararamdaman ng tao na naging reachable PRB ng chemical engineering. Sobrang grateful talaga po ako. If it weren't for you, from the outstanding chemical engineer for last year Ma'am, I wouldn't have done it. Wala po sa hinagap ko pwede mangyari po. Words are not enough to thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for your service. And one of my professors told me, congratulations to one of my best students for having rendered an extraordinary service to the chemical engineering profession. And from the examinees, thank you so much for your service, Mama Sid. You raised a lot in the distance. Another examinee, amen. Thank you po, Mama Sid. Nakaka-happy na day 3. You had such a wonderful run as board member. Maraming salamat po. Nakaka-inspire maging CH today. Good day, ma'am. Thank you for serving CHB board so well. We're always so accommodating with our questions, and God bless you po. Note that I did this all to better my best, as I have those attachments to my name. And I did this for the betterment of the profession. And even as I have exited the 6-year term, I will still promote awareness what chemical engineers do for mankind and humanity to alleviate living conditions. And since chemical engineers can do it better, and I will also promote the APEC engineer, since we are only 3 APEC chemical engineers, and the other recognitions. And since our country will be at the forefront with the number of internationally recognized Philippine engineers growing. As in Philippians 4:13, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. We can all do all things through Christ who strengthens us. Thank you, and to be God be the glory.
Thank you so much, Engineer Sid. And the particular takeaway that I love is it's not just resting on the laurels, but being better than your best. What a passionate, heartwarming, motivating, and engaging share by Engineer Sid P. Aguilera. Thank you so much, ma'am. And once again, we would like to thank our 6 globally competitive APEC and ASEAN engineers for sharing your engineering journey with us. We are motivated by your insights and inspired by your success. Kudos, and may you continue to make impactful contributions to our profession. So let us move right on to the next part of our program, and that is the roundtable discussion. Our moderators for today are remarkable women engineers, and may I put them in the spotlight. Our first moderator is the chairman of the PTC Engineering Accreditation Commission and Women Engineers Network. We have Dr. May Rose C. Imperial, and our second moderator is the national president of Philippine Institute of Chemical Engineers, Engineer Charmaine Luz D. Hamandre. I am now handing you over to the moderators for today, Dr. Imperial and Engineer Hamandre, for the panel discussion. We would like to request as well the assistance of the technical team for the spotlighting. Go right ahead, Doc.
Thank you, Ms. Tanya, for the wonderful job. It was really very helpful for all the speakers as well as the participants listening to all of the talks given to us by our respected speakers. And I think we're going over time. So some of the questions have already been answered by no less than our president, our PTC president. But what we will be asking will now be some questions that are now directed to our speakers. So let me just start with the first question that I have here, directed to either Engineer Wong or Engineer Fong. We have heard the success of Malaysia for the extensive membership in the various registers, like the engineers, the technologists, and the technicians. What is the best practice that you have employed to get all of your, this time, the technologists and technicians to your registry? I think this is something that the Philippines would have to learn from it.
With your permission,
Yep.
Yeah. Way back, I believe it's more than 10 years, the government suddenly realized that the education for engineering and technology is not only the academic route, but frankly, it's much better if it was the TVET route. And because of that, there were, first of all, a very specific university, University Kuala Lumpur, for example, under the Bumiputra Trust, that they experimented with many years before that, in collaboration with the British, with the French, and they were able to train a number of engineering technologists and technicians for the industry rather than for government service, which proved to be, of course, very employable. And out of that, the government then decided they should have 4 specific technical universities concentrating on TVET, especially engineering technologies. Of course, meanwhile, we have had and still continue to have a lot of trade school which produce technicians. First, they began to train skilled workers in level 1, 2, and 3, but they gone beyond that, and they then started to have a diploma course of 3 years, and that they got the technician. So, but in training all this, there was a need to get into the Sydney and Dublin Accord. And as I mentioned, we took, we began in 2000, in year 2000, having missed the invitation in 1989 to join the Washington Accord. We then subsequently became, after more than 10 years of struggle, a reconversion of input education to outcome-based, which we finally achieved with the succession into the Washington Accord in 2009. And with that hard-earned lesson, all those technical schools and trade schools that we were then producing engineering technology and technician, it didn't take us too long after the first round of recertification. We needed to be recertified every 5-6 years. And on completion of a recertification, we decide, this is the time to get on board the, what do you call it, the Sydney and Dublin Accord. But meanwhile, preceding our country getting on board WA and other subsequent agreements, we became an APEC member, signatory, much earlier. That was much earlier, before 2009. And that the government or the Board of Engineers, the regulator or the PRA, designated the IEM to be the signatory because of a legal issue about a country signing an agreement. So since we have designated the IEM to be the designated body to sign for the IPAE and APEC engineer, frankly, a lot more emphasis is based on APEC engineer. The other 2 agreements for technician and engineering technologies, likewise, we have passed on to the IEM, and they have a lot of burden to deliver what we otherwise have done very well for APEC engineer. I hope I answered that.
Thank you.
And maybe just to add on maybe just to add on to Engineer Rocky's answer, I think for the later 2 agreements, I think one of the key factors, success factor, is of course the collaboration of a few parties, including of course IEM itself, the Secretariat, because I think Engineer Rocky has mentioned, we have been working on the earlier agreements, so it is actually giving us the advantage of us to prepare for this one. And of course the Board of Engineers Malaysia, being the regulatory body, and of course the IEA as well. So I think we need to work closely to ensure the success of the agreements. That's what I can actually share.
Thank you. Engineer Cha, do you have any question back there?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I have here two questions actually, and this is for Engineer Fong. First question is coming from Engineer Anthony Cross, and based on the MRA, after obtaining AER registration, can I have a full member of PUJA? Can I also register as a qualified person? That is a question from Engineer Anthony Cross for Engineer Fong.
Dr. Fong, for you.
So I think the question is whether they can register with PUJA. I think PUJA is the Brunei Association Institution of Engineers Brunei. So registration of PUJA would actually be depending on the requirements in PUJA, which I think there's no issue. I think as long as you are, because you see, maybe the question has to be more clarified, because the first thing is whether it meant the ASEAN Engineer Register or the ACPE, ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer. So if you are talking about ASEAN engineers, you do not have like ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer where you need to register as the Registered Foreign Professional Engineer. Okay, so RFP. So the question, I'm not too sure the question by the question that is. So if let's say he's talking about PUJA, I think you do not need to register with PUJA, because once you register with ASEAN engineers, so I think you are already an ASEAN engineer. So we do not have like registered foreign professional engineers for ASEAN engineers, which is actually a civil society. But if the question is more towards the ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer, so if you are already registered as ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer in Philippines, then when you go to Brunei, you have to register yourself as a registered foreign professional engineer in Brunei, and of course work together with a local entity or local partner, local professional engineer.
Okay, so thank you very much, Engineer Fong, for that answer. Doc May?
Yeah, I think there's a follow-up question for Engineer Fong, coming from Engineer Reynaldo Ramos. Do you have current engagements with Philippine universities and colleges? If yes, how other interested parties can participate or collaborate, particularly in research and extension programs? Thus, FAU extends financial assistance to ASEAN academic institutions. From Engineer Ray Ramos from the Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers.
Okay, I think we are working on the collaboration. I think since I'm in the electrical inspector division, what I call working group. In the electrical inspector working group, we have actually started the collaboration between the universities, and in fact, we have actually an engagement with Mindanao University through PTC as well, through Dr. Forigo. And of course, for civil side, I think there's no issue. We can start some collaboration between universities in ASEAN. So we welcome that instance. So far, I don't think AER has given any financial assistance, but again, we can work on grants. In fact, again, we have actually obtained grants from various institutions or even associations as well. So we can work on grants, and in fact, we have also started to do some collaboration with the ASEAN University Network, AUN. I'm sure you have heard of that. But of course, we don't have any success research papers or grants yet. But I think we can actually engage them to look at whether we can do some joint research and of course obtain some grant or even financial assistance from them. The ASEAN University Network, AUN, I think the secretariat is in Thailand. We have some engagement earlier with them.
With your permission, Madam Chair, may I intervene?
Yes, sir, you may.
Yeah, following from Engineer Yao Chao Fong's answer, and going back to his earlier presentation, it was noted that the ASEAN Engineer Register, which is of course a subsidiary of AFIO, they are actually stakeholders, representative as civil society. They have done fantastic job, which frankly should be adopted by the governments of the ASEAN member state and possibility the ASEAN Secretariat itself. But the fact that there is this apartheid, I may say, use the word, that the government regulator, PRA, and ASEAN Secretariat, being the governmental side of body, do not want to have the civil society, domestically or regionally like AFIO, interfering with the work. And yet they are not prepared to do anything. So from what Chow Phong has presented before and now, all the great work done by them, if they were accepted on board our ASEAN at ASEAN level and domestically, we will have removed so much barriers. And when you talk about mobility, it's a matter of removing barriers. So why are we shooting ourselves in the foot? That is the question I've always been asking all these years as a stakeholder representative of the government, whether it's domestically and in the region. Why can't we work as an ASEAN economic community which talk about integration? We don't integrate, we vegetate. And here we are going to fight in RCEP. And are we ready to fight in RCEP? That is the question most of us as stakeholders must make representation to our domestic government and as an ASEAN member state, civil society make direct represent the ASEAN Secretariat. That we are wasting a lot of opportunity of good work done by stakeholders, which can be absorbed into the governmental G2G arrangement. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Wong. That was really something that I've been thinking over the past few hours that we've been having this summit. And from a positive list approach, now it's a negative list approach. It's really something odd that I'm trying to really comprehend too. So, Ma'am Cha, do you have any other question there?
Actually, I have my personal question to Engineer Yao Chow Phong. This is with regard to the ASEAN identification card that he presented a while ago. As an ASEAN engineer, how we can avail of the ASEAN card? Do we need to present CPD units in order to avail of the card, and where are we going to get that card?
I think because I think for the card it will be a new card, but I believe PTC has already been producing the existing card, so there could be an update of the card. So for the card, it is given to all engineers who are actually ASEAN engineers, and for certain countries, the cards are actually produced or even printed by the local institution. For example, maybe Engineer Fred or Engineer Romelo, I believe you already had one, right? Engineer Romelo and Federico, Fred, I think you have the card at this moment.
Yeah, I think Fred can answer that. Yeah, Fred.
Card, right? ASEAN identification card, sir.
For
ASEAN engineers card.
ASEAN.
Yeah.
Yes, for Philippines, we already have that. We are actually renewing cards every 3 years. So for those who are supposed to renew their cards during the pandemic, we already have given the printing of I think 1,000 or more cards. No, so in the next few weeks, you should be able to renew your cards.
Okay, sir, because I was conferred in 2017 until at present, I haven't received my ASEAN identification card, so I cannot renew. And how many CPD units I'm going to present to PTC in order to have my card.
You should have been sent the forms that you're supposed to fill up, because we asked in that form that you will allow us to, number one, to put those information in the card. Number two, that we will use those information to put it in the form. Number three, that in case possible service, possible companies needing your services, you will give us that opportunity to refer it to them.
Okay.
So you have to sign those 3 forms.
Okay, sir. So
Yeah.
noted. That is very well noted. Thank you, sir, for that answer. Okay. Doc May, do we have additional questions for our
one last question for Mr. Craig Price.
Yes.
You have shown in your presentation that from the authorized members as of June 2021, it's about close to about 20,000 APEC engineer. Is there any target number that you're looking at for each of the year or annual growth? And if that's so, what are the programs that you're thinking now to increase the number?
Thank you for that question, Dr. May. Yeah, look, it is a great question. So as you pointed out, I've been involved in the executive and the governing group since since June or July 2021. So the fellow executives and I have drafted a roadmap looking ahead for the IPEA and the APEC agreements in terms of what our ambitions are. We haven't put hard numbers on those hard numbers in terms of targets yet, but we are looking to do that as the next phase. So certainly we would like to see, as I say, both a growth in numbers of authorised members, and it's really good that we've got a number of provisional members, and as I said earlier, also some interested parties, including PTC on the IPEA. So there's definite upside and growth there. But in particular, the focus area needs to follow the likes of Australia in terms of how each authorised member really engages and encourages their individual national registrants to come across to the international registers. And I guess the key issue that we see is the value proposition that those international quality marks offer. So people need to see a reason for why they would join, and it's I think, you know, we would say it's our own failing at the moment. If people can't see that value, then we need to articulate that clearly. So we do have some working groups, and I was very fortunate to work with Therese Busterman from PTC in one of those groups, and we were looking at really articulating that value proposition. So we're going to be working on that over the next 6 to 12 months. And at the October IAM meetings, there's going to be further workshops on that to promote and get alignment from members so that we can get further support. So thank you for the opportunity to ask that question. Just while I've got the microphone, I just might make a very additional quick comment. I particularly enjoyed all the testimonials from the different Filipino engineers that I've heard today, and I was really inspired by those. And I guess a couple that really caught my interest was certainly Engineer Gurley Warbor's discussion, and I'll just let her know. I'll pass back to Patty Mamola that she was very grateful for Patty's intervention and support, and I think Patty will be very happy in that regard, because I didn't say it earlier, but Patty had been invited and had hoped to present today, but wasn't available to do so. So hence I picked up the APEC and the IPEA. So I'll pass that back to Patty, and also to Engineer Alark Alcantara, who was in my own country of New Zealand. It was very nice to hear his experience. So that's been very enriching for me and motivates me to continue this drive to promote the value of the international agreements. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Price. And I think that would be the last question. Some of the questions are still listed but we will be answering you. And for those who haven't had a chance to ask their question, you can directly email it at info.
May
Can I have one last comment, please?
May, can I have one last two question?
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Yes, sir. Doc May, can
Yeah. Doc May, can I ask a question to Engineer Rocky?
No. Oh, yeah.
Rocky, before you make the comment.
I'm okay. Carry on.
Yeah, that's two questions. The RCEP, as you mentioned earlier, no, the Malaysian has not yet been involved on this RCEP, which is also like the Philippines. We missed the boat again. But what I'd like to ask is, what will be the impact of this RCEP on the mobility of ASEAN engineers? And second is, my second question is, what is the relation of IEM and the Board of Engineers Malaysia?
Yeah. I think in this instance, I would like to highlight the fact that there is always the civil society type of linkages and government to government linkages. First of all, we go back to IEA, for example. We have 3 education accords and we have 4 mobility agreements. We don't call them countries, we call them jurisdiction. And therefore, there's no governmental power behind it. It is a willing seller, willing buyer. And it's okay for APEC because APEC is also not government, it's not country, it's economies where Taiwan and all these are in. So when you talk about jurisdiction and economies, where you have non-political entity being accepted like Hong Kong, Taiwan, and all this, sometimes you are encroaching into geopolitics, whether you like it or not. So at this moment, APEC engineer is actually accepted very well. Simply because certain economies believe that the regulation of engineering should not be by government, it should be by civil society. But no, certain countries say no. If you look at all the 10 ASEAN countries, they are the ones who say no. When it comes to regulation, government must regulate. We have the power. But then we say, do regulate, but do apply good regulatory practice. To them, they say, what is GRP? They don't even know what is GRP. And this is where we need, as stakeholders, tell the government, we have to apply good regulatory practice so that we can be at par with all the civil society which truly represent stakeholders, our wishes. And I just mentioned earlier on, Telfong is one example that has shown that how much AFIA have done with little government support, zero government support, all voluntary work, good for the community, good for students, good for university. Does the governments of ASEAN care? Does ASEAN Secretariat care? This is where we are calling upon Philippine stakeholders, all sorts of stakeholders, especially when you have your midterm meeting, bang your table. Demand that the ASEAN Secretariat be responsible to heeding your stakeholders' views. And in all the CCS meeting, is demand that you be represented. But of course, that needs funding. So therefore, your AFIO board must prepare to put the money where the mouth is. Thank you very much.
I think very good point. Can I make that response there?
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Engineer Rocky, my friend. That's a very good point. And I think PTC is willing and ready to put the money where our mouth is.
Yes, that's good.
So I think AFIO should trigger that move as well as a group. So Engineer Yao Chafong being the AER commissioner, and in fact, commercial engineers and engineering professionals, maybe we should consider this tabling the issue, especially during the midterm.
Correct. I think we can actually have a pre-midterm meeting to discuss.
You should have an
and
item in the
during the
in all
midterm,
meeting, a concern ACC meeting, CCS meeting, PSW meeting. If you don't have, you just do the routine. I've done my meeting.
Yeah.
I think, Rocky, we are in the same boat. The Philippines and Malaysia.
Yes, and more than that, there are many other countries like that. You know, the civil society mentality is always completely different from civil society.
You're right. You're right. Anyway,
and I would like to take this opportunity, not part of my speech or not part of my talk, but to take this opportunity to personally thank the three of you guys. Of course, Miss Katie just left already, so I would like to personally thank Craig for taking on this invitation that we had for him, and of course representing also Miss Patty for the APEC Engineer Agreement. And we hope that this is not the first time, as I understand, and I've seen how committed you are as well in promoting this kind of thing, mobility especially for engineers. And thank you very much once again. Of course,
most welcome. Thank you, Fred.
Thank you. And my I wouldn't say old, because we are as old as you are, my friend. But we've been friends for quite a long time. And thank you very much, Rocky. And I really miss you, Guy. After what, 2 years or more than 2 years? So
more than 2 years.
Thank you very much, Rocky, for taking on this presentation today.
And under home quarantine too.
Yeah, and give my regards to the wife. I miss the topic on cooking. Okay. And of course, our friend here, PTC perennial speaker, Engineer Yao Chafong. Thank you very much. Yao, thank you very much for being here today.
Bye bye.
See you soon, whether in Manila or even in Malaysia.
Yeah.
Okay, midterm,
Yeah. Midterm in.
So I'll sign off. Thank you very much.
Engineer Yao Chafong, just one quick. Can you mention again the dates for the midterm, APEO, and
the dates of the midterm is in August 2022. It's just tentative because we are still waiting for the guests of honor and also venue. So it's tentatively on 11 to 14 August 2022. And of course, CAFIO will be from 6 to 9 December in Phnom Penh. In 2022 as well. So these are tentative dates while we wait for the official ones, because I think we need to finalize the venues and so on, and we wait for BEC to announce it officially as well. Yep.
Okay,
so,
at least for our fellow engineers
sure.
present, I think they're looking forward for another trip. So hopefully,
yes,
all will be well by August and December. So we will be seeing each other in person.
Yes. Good.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
May, before we close, can we have just one photo?
Sure, sir. We'll ask our technical staff.
No, before Eric Nera do the closing remark. After Eric Nera do the closing remark.
Okay. So technical, can we have one photo, quick photo?
May we request our panelists to please turn on your camera so that you would be part of the photo session. May we request as well our technical team to handle the documentation. Hold your smiles, please. Hold your smiles. Gallery view. Because Engineer Fong will be out in 1 minute.
No problem.
We need to make this quick.
It's okay.
You still have a closing remark.
Yeah, sir. But we're just gonna insert the photo session real quick. Okay.
Okay.
Okay na po. Thank you.
Count of three po. 1, 2, 3. Smile, everyone. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you.
Now can leave. Bye-bye. Good night.
Thank you.
Good night, sir.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Go back to you, Engineer Tanya.
All right. Thank you so much to our panelists for offering valuable insights and, of course, helping our audience gain perspective on the various opportunities for the engineering profession. Thank you as well to our moderators, Ma'am Cha and Doc May. All right, so we have gotten overtime, but really, we appreciate that you are still here, all 600 solid attendees right now. So anyway, global engineers, yes, I mentioned we have gone overtime, but thank you so much to everyone. And to formally close, because we have come at the conclusion of our engineering summit webinar, to formally close our event this afternoon, or if I may say this evening, we have the former PTC president, Engineer Enrico C. Nera. Sir?
Hello, thank you. Thank you for that very brief introduction. Yeah, anyway, our number of participants look like an airplane about to land. The altitude keeps getting before the plane touches down. I'm gonna just make a very brief closing remark. One of the questions that sometimes APEC or ASEAN engineers ask themselves is, what did you get when you became an APEC or ASEAN engineer? Okay. Now, if you ask me, okay, because I did applied for my APEC, for my ASEAN in 2022 and for my APEC in 2005. So that's just about 20 years after I started my practice. I actually say, what I can say is, what did I get? An honest answer, nothing. Nothing. Okay. Why? Why nothing? Although that was what my feeling then, but when I analyzed what I did to be able to get that ASEAN engineer and APEC engineer, it allowed me to benchmark myself. Okay, because at that time, 20 years I've been practicing, and where am I? Where was I? Okay, in terms of competence. Okay. So by applying for the APEC and the ASEAN engineer, it allowed me to benchmark, tell myself, this is where I am after 20 years of practice. And it encouraged me to strive to be better, okay? And to have a passion for excellence, because what I did was I tried to be better in each task that I tried to do. So becoming better, the next one should be better than the previous one. And of course, at that time, I was inspired to become active in the Philippine Technological Council because I wanted to inspire other young and engineers, young and old alike, to pursue the same path that I did. So with that, I formally close our World Engineering Day celebrations, and mabuhay kayong lahat sa mga kapwa natin Filipinos all around the world. Okay, and put that Filipino flag up sa inyong professional practice. So magandang gabi sa inyong lahat.
All right, thank you so much, Engineer Nera. And there you have it, Global Engineers. That wraps up officially the Engineering Summit webinar brought to you by the Philippine Technological Council. Our gratitude to our international speakers, presenters, APEC and ASEAN attestants, and our moderators for being part of the program. Our highest courtesy and respect as well to the PTC officers and trustees and the Council of past PTC presidents for spearheading this pivotal event. And the same gratitude is extended to the 13 PTC member engineering organizations for your support. We would also like to thank our partners for today. Thank you, Experto and Insight and Grit Collaborative Communications for the brand and marketing, and of course, Cloud Studios for the seamless management of today's webinar. And finally, we would like to express our gratitude to all of you, our attendees, 600 strong still, for your participation and for your great contribution in making the PTC Engineering Summit webinar a resounding success. Maraming salamat po for joining us this afternoon, and we hope to see you again soon. Once again, this is Engineer Tanya Molarto Osorio from the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines. Mabuhay ang inhinyerong Pilipino. Be safe, engineers, and enjoy the rest of your Friday.
Thank you, Tanya.
Thank you,
Thank you,
everyone.
Engineer Tanya. Thank you, Engineer
Thank you.
Fred.
Thank you and good morning
Yes, sir.
and good evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you.